So, welcome to part 2 of our coverage of Paper Mario, the Origami King. We're pretty much going to pick up directly where we left off in the previous session, where we had just gotten part Chapter 1, what is effectively Chapter 1, by unraveling the red streamer around Peach's captured castle, and so we're moving on to the blue zone. But first, let's maybe do a little bit of a warm-up, just to get our head back in this game. It has been a couple days since we last looked at this, and so perhaps it only makes sense to get back into some of that pattern reading. Haven't had too much of a chance in the meantime to look at the things that have changed over here and there with the gradual restoration of Toad Town, such as perhaps our eventual ability to get up to that upper level. But yeah, let's start over here in the Battle Lab. Maybe do a bit of an initial run of puzzles, and then we will proceed onward. So previously we came down here and had a record that I believe went up to the number 8 in the ring training survival mode. Speed rings, 8 lineups solved. Okay. Usually how this happens is that we blast through a few and then fail to read something that's actually relatively trivial. We'll see if that habit continues. And meanwhile, it'll just get the hands warm again for the interface itself. Whoops. This one's pretty straightforward as the first puzzle. A lot of it is a bit of an execution check. That's something so simple can nevertheless take a little over 8 seconds. And ring moves only 2. Hang on. I think we need to move this guy over. There we go. Yep, occasionally it's just a little bit of pattern recognition. So how's this one going to work? You have 2 moves, and then you probably have to move the remaining ones in position. 2 moves, okay. Probably need to shuffle these guys first, I'm guessing. Yeah, like that. Going a bit slowly, you can see just from the amount of execution time that is involved in selecting the dials that can inflate our ability to do this just by a little. No, that's not going to be right, because when we move the inner ring... Oh, however, we actually do get 2 additional moves, so maybe rethink that one slightly. Yeah. Move these into position, and then move the center ring. I think that was the first time we had seen a pattern quite like that. Okay, so we have 3 moves. Ultimately, I think we want to just move each of these out into the outer position. And we likely will not have time to solve number 6. Whoops. Actually, yes, we will. I mean, that was a pretty quick single right there. Sometimes you have to keep on your toes a little bit just to perceive. Okay, I mean, that was fairly clear how to work that. Move one of those, like the yellow one, from the 2nd to the 3rd ring. Do a quick rotation, move it back in. Okay, some of that is just, once again, getting warmed up with the execution barrier, so we'll just do a few more of those and we'll move on with the adventure pretty much directly after that. Yeah, sometimes some of these swapping back and forth can feel a little bit fuzzy in the hands when you are doing this after a little bit of time off. So you got 2 moves here. Feel like that's going to be part of it. But we need to get this guy in position first. There we are. I can probably do these quite a lot faster than I am managing. Ring moves 2. Okay. Looks like we just need to get these guys out of the way. There we are. Not doing too badly on this set just yet. Looks like it will be a lateral move both ways. Okay, this one, you have a bit of a straggler out there. Kind of wonder if perhaps some kind of movement like that is going to ultimately do the trick. It's sort of difficult to say because you know that there's going to be one slot that's available, for instance, by doing it like that, but also that you need to manipulate them in a slightly different pattern. So for example, just thinking about the spacing that we'll have to deal with here, I think ultimately we want one of these to be moved in parallel. I mean, ultimately, I think it's fairly clear what the objective will be. The solution for this is a little bit hard to visualize, and I think it's a bit of a roadblock so far. I don't think I actually had solved that specific one before. So that's just going to burn the clock down. Only 4. Okay. Not great. Okay, maybe one more. We'll just try to get on the board again, improve some scores. And then we'll see how the rest of that goes. That seems fairly simple. And what are we looking at here? Of course, have to take a moment sometimes to just read how many moves we have available. Whoops, that's a mistake. There we go. It would have been 3 moves either way, whether we wanted the hammer configuration or the line. This one is pretty easy to visualize. 2 quick lateral moves, and that will get that sorted. Two moves, okay. Looks like... yeah, just get these on the outside of the ring. Sometimes a little bit difficult to visualize some of those cross-axis wraparounds, but we can do it. Now, I think this is going to be moving 2 of them back and moving 2 rows over. The question is how to visualize that in order to have the rotational distance that we want to work with here. So for example, you move, 2 of these back. You need the spacing between the 2 respective rings to be more or less equal. Okay. So for example, you move 2 of these back, and that's 3 spots is not going to be enough to move everything around and swing it. Yeah, it just takes some visualization practice. That's going to stop us at 4. Okay, that's okay. We got on the board once. That'll be a bit of a start. And let's just move on with the adventure. Our Bob-omb companion is quite new to all this, of course. I haven't actually used him in battle in any meaningful capacity just yet. We also haven't taken a look at the new area that has opened up. And we'll just do that shortly. It's Toad just floating around on the fountain. His therapist says he's a contrarian. Well, fancy of him to disagree. So, let's head over to mountain number 2, Autumn Mountain. Certainly looks very pretty there so far. And okay, let's just pick up from where we left off. Haven't really explored this area at all. We know, of course, that there are toads hiding about, but that's been generally true. And patching up some of the empty spaces with confetti is perhaps going to uncover them from time to time, but always very reliably. Here we go there. There's a toad. Yeah, ha, you saved me. So yeah, that's the kind of thing we should be looking out for, apparently. When we have a bell ringing. Poking around up here might also do something from time to time, but hard to tell sometimes what the range on that is going to be when it comes to the toad detection. But just come in here and enjoy the music in the meantime. I think the score has certainly taken off quite a bit in this area. Sort of interesting to have that Japanese character to the instrumentation without having a theme that is as yet very explicitly Japanese in motifs. Unlike some of the areas that we have seen in some other games recently, like in Bowser's Kingdom in Odyssey, for instance. That certainly comes to mind. Want to make some fun memories with this guy. We'll try to steer clear of the foldy guys. Well, you can certainly try, but I could pick that fight anyway, just to see if we learn anything about companion usage. Looks like our poor little Bob-omb companion is just going to lie back and think of England or something. Okay, so it looks like we have 2 moves that are available. This will be move 1. This will be move 2. Fairly easy to visualize once again. And so we'll get a hammer down on this side just to get rid of these guys. Crowd control on the Power Goombas is a bit of a tougher responsibility, but yeah, probably, you know, let's actually test out the Fire Flower for once. The toad at the back is certainly calling for it, and I have not actually seen the damage numbers on this to know what we are working with. Okay, that's pretty significant, actually. I mean, probably not worth it to burn a flower just on that, but... you know, we'll just gradually make our way up. Our Babam companion is still going to remain fairly sedate. 2 moves, fairly easy to visualize once again. And we'll just tap our way over. We hammer on this side, iron boots on the other side. That's only a grate, but it'll do. Probably need to get some other equipment alternatives in there. I have some in my inventory that I simply have not plugged in. I feel like we want a couple of different options in terms of strength just to deal with things like the Paragoomba lines. So why don't we just pop in and get that fixed up. Shiny boots. Potentially going to be useful there. Yeah, just get that all lined up. Whoops. Gonna be hit by a first strike here in this 2-wave battle. Once again, though, fairly easy to get this in a single move. Hammer on the right. Probably a shiny jump on the Paragoombas just to see what kind of damage we are dealing with and to see if we can take them all down in one shot. $20 will be plenty. And here's the second wave. Yeah. Pretty simple to deal with so far. And I do have 3 actions available this time, so why don't we just take them all out. Whoops, that was an insufficient hit. That's very unfortunate. We're going to take some punishment. Well, let's just squash those guys out of the way. Do iron boots on the other chain there, and yeah, that was purely just an execution failure on our part. A little bit late on the timing with the hammer. Oh, that's interesting. The companion actually does something. Gonna be an extra 20 damage to work with. Now, finish them off. One thing that I haven't seen yet is whether there is anything deterministic to how the enemies arrange themselves after their attack patterns, whether they do get into convenient clumps like that when they attack the way the Spinies just did. That's one thing that we just have not had the opportunity to figure out about this game, given the relative paucity of attacks that we have received. And we have a couple of Cheep Cheeps here that are just fish out of water. These mountain fish must spend their whole lives flopping around on the surface. How interesting. And let's just kind of explore first. See if the hammer does anything. See if the jump does anything. These are Cheep Cheeps after all, I guess. Kind of decorative for now until such time as we restore some of what is going on here. Oh, poor thing. Oh, that's in 3 dimensions. That means that it is origami, and therefore a threat. Got the drop on them, that's right. Fairly simple, I think. Line those up. Got 2 hammers and a jump, and that will be plenty to work with. Yeah, very satisfying to just visualize these patterns and have them come together. Okay, got a great. Still not really a model of excellence when it comes to hammer timings, but we'll make do with what we can. And probably take out this Power Goomba as well while we're busy picking fights. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Looks like that's going to be probably a series of moves like this. No, that's a miss. But we get it all the way around here. Oh, and we still have 2 moves left, and that's fine. Because it just means that we can move these guys over. We got 3 hammer clumps, just like that. Now, that's assuming that hammers are able to take out the Power Goombas in one go. I don't really have good memory for what kind of HP pool we're working with, but 18 is enough to take them out. And that's an excellent once again. I read these cues a little better in general, but that'll be enough to clear things out. And this looks like it is a series of canoes, paper canoes, that would ordinarily be docked upstairs. And they are not, of course, because this little pond has been emptied. A boat? All the way up here? Well, whatever floats your boat. The Bob-omb, being new to the party, is still learning his way around solving environmental puzzles. We could get soaked. I mean, the interaction of water and paper in this game so far has perhaps not been totally clear when we think back to the contrarian Toad earlier on in the Toad Town Fountain. But it looks like we have a quest objective. And we've got a Toad in here. Fairly easy to spot. Sometimes the Toads, I think, can be a little too well hidden. I'm unlikely to be quite as completionist about that as I was in a previous stream, simply because I do think that it was slowing the pace of our progression just a little bit. But we'll see what we can find along the way. And there's a shy monkey. Okay, so that is supposed to be a set of cans. A-N-U-T. Oh, tuna, okay. Oh, interesting that she ordinarily reads things backwards depending on region, which sort of indicates that Olivia originates from somewhere with a right-to-left reading system. I don't think it's necessarily Hebrew or anything, but it looks like we have the construction of a new memory. Now that is a lovely temple entrance. That is indeed quite the incredible view. If I were a big shot water spirit, I'd want to live in a place just like that. But yeah, it certainly looks like from having claimed the Earth Elemental so far, that we're going to deal with a Elemental for each of the 4 elements. Some kind of water boss? Well, of course, yeah. I mean, naturally we'll need to fight that once we get to the sacred, soaked shrine of the Water Elemental. And yeah, let's just move on here. Look at this magic circle. It's got a real Water Elemental look to it, don't you think? With a magic circle like this, I'm sure we could do something about the dry lake. And yeah, we'll eventually use that spot for its proper purpose. I think it's going to take quite a bit of exploring to get up to the temple, claim the Water Elemental, come back, build the lake. Pretty straightforward. What we're supposed to do here, let's just poke around and discover this not particularly well-hidden chest. And yeah. Picturesque prairie, tall grass plains. Okay, so that's gonna ring a bell. Oh, these are supposed to be wheat fields, I think. Tall grass. Well, I mean, this is pretty much how Pokemon works, right? You just kind of walk around here until you run into something. And oh, interesting. Well, that is going to get me access to this guy. Finally, a rescue. I was so lonely down here all on my own. Oh, okay, well that's a pretty considerable bonus, much more than we typically get from any kind of toad discovery. I don't know if that's from the number of toad points we have or something else. It could very well be, actually, given that... No, just 93 toad points, so never mind. Definitely something to wonder about as we come over here, and that's only going to be useful insofar as it gives us some scouting information. Or at least it seems that way, because I have not yet figured out how to get out of here. There we go. Crush that guy. Spray some confetti. And back in the grass we go. Certainly spotted that shy guy. Okay, so we have an assortment of enemies this time. That's something that's fairly new. I think that's going to be pretty clear, though, in terms of how the lineup is going to work. We'll just try to get a nice big thwack on them all. Hopefully take them out at once. There we go. So yeah, could be, of course, that we occasionally have some toads that are just buried in here somewhere, which I think would be somewhat difficult to uncover. Except with use of the proximity alert, or indeed use of the toad hunting item. Oh, that's got to be it. This guy here. Unless that's just my Bob-omb companion. I think it is just my Bob-omb companion. I mean, could always just use the new utility we were given, but its limited supply of power. I think maybe this is precisely here to kind of encourage us to use our new ability and follow the rumble. Very difficult to visualize that, I think, but there we go. Okay, let's take the radar off. You can feel a little bit of drag on the rumble as well, just when you are walking through the grass. Once again, let's try to activate this and do this the easy way. And there we go. And let's pop that off. Yeah, it looks like it is a bit of a radar tutorial check in some ways. Going to whack that guy as soon as he spawns. They never saw it coming. Two moves? Yeah, I mean, I guess we just line these up and then line them up again, and it's fairly simple. Probably should have done this in a slightly different order just to get the shell kick into the paratrooper, actually. But that's the kind of thing you learn in hindsight, so why don't we just stop these for the time being. It's not going to kill the Paragoomba, but it should nuke everything else, and so we just have to deal with this one guy here. Actually, no, we don't, because of our friendly Bob-omb companion doing an extra 20 damage of cleanup that we haven't quite learned to play around or control just yet. I don't know if there really will at any point be much configurability to that. Please pick up your empty cans to facilitate maximum friendship. It's just telling you to pick up your litter, I think. Nothing much here except just a couple of suspicious looking stump bits that don't do anything. And we're at full HP, so no need to get a refresh right this moment. And that'll be another toad indicator moment as soon as we swing back to it after clearing this quick encounter. So how many moves do we have at our disposal? If it's 2, I think we should be in fairly good shape. Other thing we could do, of course, is just move these. Do this with a hammer. I think that's probably safest. Yeah, really enjoying the battle system the deeper we get into it. Now that we actually have interesting combinations of enemies and their vulnerabilities to work with. It looks like once again that we will pretty much have to use the Toad Radar to make any headway. There we go. Now he knows how lost keys must feel, yeah. Kind of interesting that that would imply that toads carry keys for something. I mean, it could just be houses, doesn't need to be automobiles, although we do know that this is the same world that features Mario karting. There's a wayside water elemental shrine. Okay, I guess we have to water some things and then dump them inside. That will be the sort of offering that it is looking for. Meantime, we'll just check this. And what a tiny house. Yeah, not much to do there until such time as we pick up an acceptable offering. Very tickly. And yeah, the rumble effect is quite nice when you just wade through that. How close we are to the Water Elemental's Shrine. We'll be there before we know it. And the bomb is lost. That seems to be the kind of mistake that will one day blow up in our face. Yeah, he's lost. And he's a bomb, so dunking him in water eventually will probably not be great for his capacity to reignite. Let's check this out anyway. Okay, so much for our extra burst of 20 points of damage. Jumping, strictly prohibited. Okay, let's not do that then. Wonder if there will be a battle encounter that restricts our space that way. The other thing is that it could potentially just drop us below. It's how reverse psychology works. It tells you not to do it, and there is a very strong temptation to do it. I wonder if it just gives you a game over. We'll probably keep on wondering, but that's what hitting a save point will be for once we do that. So in the meantime, let's put the signage back together. Water Elemental Shrine and Chestnut Valley. Okay, the usual toad check that had worked in a previous section is clearly not what is going to provide us with a solution here, but good thing he wasn't folded up on the other side of the bridge. And yeah, I guess this gives you a bit of a clue, if you had not found them in the tall grass, that the sensor is actually perhaps a hard requirement. I don't know if any of those would have been solvable without. It certainly didn't seem so. Hey, you know what? Let's hit a save block, and then I'm going to jump on a bridge just to see what happens. It probably is giving you a save block placement here with full knowledge that somebody is going to try it and just hit game over straight away. Oh, really? Okay. I was hoping for some kind of surprise, like not maybe a QTE kind of sudden death surprise, but some other sort of interaction. But it seems like we have been fooled. Gate's not open yet, and it's sealed from the other side, so we'll just have to drop in from the other side when the opportunity presents itself. Let's see if the opportunity presents itself over here. Yes, it does. Or at least the opportunity to uncover what is buried within this treasure chest. Yeah, looks like a mushroom-shaped entryway of some sort. Oh, a radar station. Could be a proxy entrance to the laboratory. Test that in a moment. I just want to fill in a couple of additional gaps and maybe take this guy out as well. Okay, this one I think should be fairly simple. Yeah, just move the outer ring. And let's get a hammer down on these guys, which at a full 16 to 18 damage should be enough. Be an 18. We know that the 12 damage off of a jump is not quite enough to take these out all at once, so let's go with the shiny. See how much that inflicts. Okay, that's enough to work with. Off that. Yeah, we'll go back there and take a look at that door. Could be a battery charging station, perhaps, but in the meantime, this sign tells us of a water elemental shrine. Resting place of the Lord of Liquids and Soaker Supreme. Now, of course, in the meantime, we have not yet seen what our access way down here will be, since it looks like... I mean, eventually we'll have to come this way to unseal the door from the other side. Certainly seems like that access point is, at the moment, unavailable. Okay, well, I mean... You can see why that gets you a bell. I mean, we don't want to tear this guy to pieces. He seems fairly durable. A satellite office. Looks like this could be an additional warp point. Fax travel. Okay, I like that. Helps folks zip between our many office locations. Yeah, let's try to fax travel. I mean, it gives you the classic ontological problem of teleportation, which is the facsimile that comes out of the other side of the machine truly the same character, or has the original been destroyed to make way for a new and independent consciousness? That's not something we'll answer just yet, but we can see that perhaps there are a series of different teleportation machines that would eventually... Oh no, it's just fax travel, actually. Let's see how much coinage Toad Raider actually requires. Not very much by the looks of it. But let's say hello to him. We haven't seen him in a while. Our paradigms yet unshifted. Okay. Hopping out of this side once again. Yeah, certainly like these connectivity systems when it comes to traversing a connected world map better than just direct warp from point to point. I think it's nice to have a few connection points and transit terminals that are actually designed. Not that we're planning a speed route anytime soon, but looks like ultimately this will be what? We have 2 ring moves that are available. We just manipulate the outside. I think that's fairly straightforward. Hammer on the small cluster. Shiny boots on the other one. While supplies last. 16 is still going to be enough. Not excellent, but it works. And there we go. And okay. Looks like we have some more conflict coming our way. Let's just clear the field, make some room. I do find solving the rings efficiently to be pretty satisfying on its own. Let's see if we have 2 moves, as would be hard to get these in place. Once again, just going to spend some ammunition on these guys. And just the standard hammer on these guys. In the meantime, we have some kind of access pipe up there. And also a good look at what happens when the Origami Cheep Cheeps do in fact have the opportunity to swim. Oh, that's just going to be a right miss. And okay, that's going to be a pretty extensive gang, so... that is going to give us a fair bit to work with, at least. Gotta make sure we get a sufficient hit off of these guys. And then 2 moves on a shiny boots. No idea what the durability on that is, but I think the natural damage mitigation and coin bonuses from playing aggressively are probably going to work it. I haven't really been thinking about whether that's going to be something that's a net positive in terms of expense, but the thing is, the coins pour in so quickly anyway. I think it is going to be best, and more importantly, most fun to just clear everything as efficiently as possible. Coins, coins everywhere. And yeah, this is the confetti throwing, not the most interesting mechanic in the world, but at the same time, just something that, let's see, allows you to play by OCD in some ways. Fill in some of those completion percentages for their own sake, so we'll want to create a platform down there that will allow me to stand and peel off the King Ollie seal of quality. This Toad clearly still traumatized by the Rochambeau minigame in Paper Mario Color Splash. And there is another piece of heart. Before we do that, however, I am going to check the pipe. That's just the way we do things around here, always checking the main path last. You can turn battery-powered items on and off by pressing the Y. Well, that's good to know, but we have discovered that on our own. Okay, so that's going to be some form of fast transport. Maybe it opens something else up, but in the meantime, it's just going to give me access to what is very clearly a toad disguised as a dragonfly. Another little dragonfly told me that you've been using the 1,000-fold arms technique. That's so cool. Yeah, we'll do it with motion controls. Have to be careful not to whack any items on the desk. But plenty of practice exercising that kind of caution. Interesting. So here we go, 1,000-fold arms once again. Let's see if we can catch the bug. No, need to grip And just slam that thing. Well, he learned that he's pretty good at climbing walls, but not that good. At least it isn't raining, he says. I mean, I suppose eventually if we reactivate some water around here, we will indeed have rain. And here is the boat landing. So we'll make our way back up. Assuming that I can find my way round and round again. And yeah, it looks like we missed an additional one somewhere around here. Let's turn on the sensor in just a moment. No, we've done that. This has been explored. Pick another fight in the meantime, just to get that out of the way and get some more ring geometry practice in. 2 moves, pretty simple. And let's take the hammer to it. Okay, so what else are we working with here? Ah, yes, that's right. There was a bell that was still going off somewhere in this corner. I don't know if it was indicating something behind the tram, but we can take a look and see how close we get. The rumble is at least partly directional here. Yeah, it could be that it is just telling me about a toad that is over at that patch of 100 coins. I am a little bit curious, but it is not a great priority. Never know if I find hunting puzzles like that to be quite that interesting anyhow, but we'll pop this open and grab a fire flower. And make our way back across to the temple entrance, where we'll hopefully progress a little further through whatever Autumn Mountain has in store. And Turtle Saber, hey! Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. And in the meantime, we'll just cut across here, get a full refresh, totally miss a toad that was available. We made it to the Water Elemental Shrine. Hooray! I mean, it's not going to be that simple. Okay, so we need 2. Clearly, that's what the Bomb Companion was for, and so we need to recover him from wherever he was lost. You can see that Olivia is auditioning already for a supporting role in the future remake of Skyward Sword. You figured out how to stream. Okay, wonderful. So, we'll definitely keep an eye out for whatever channel you have in store. Bobby, you have feet, but where is Bobby? So yeah, I don't know if you've been looking into this game yourself. This is really just my second sitting with it. We have been alternating this with the Mario Maker streams that I am continuing to run somewhat regularly. I guess we'll need to put on the sensor once again and find him. Ah, no, this is definitely a toad. This guy here. Massive, terrifying water spirit? Well, we'll take a look eventually at what form that will take. But, yeah, I guess we should just go back to the tall grass. Every 2 days, so in 2 days. Okay. Good to know. So, did you have a particular game in mind? Are you thinking of doing Mario Maker as well, or did you have something else on order? I will say, as a small streamer, that Mario Maker tends to get quite a lot more interest in quite a bigger audience right away than when I'm just playing some of this single-player stuff on a side. But of course, I think it's the most important thing to, if you're getting into streaming, just, you know, use your time the way you want, play what you want, just kind of feel happy in general about how you are choosing to use your time and how you are choosing to use your recording equipment. So, you're going to do Roblox, okay. Ah, okay, I see. Roblox could be interesting, for sure. What was I doing? Ah, yes, I was looking for the bomb. In order to look for the bomb, I think I needed to probably put my detector back on, or possibly just check that location up top again, because that's around where we lost the guy. Yeah, probably best to just put on the detector, I think. Even that... Well, I mean, the bomb is technically not a toad. So maybe that's just a wrong approach entirely. Oh, no, we actually have not been through to this side at all, and so... Looks like a Bobby is hanging out with this sombrero shy guy. Ah yes, we previously have been at Friendship Plaza, but nothing happened back then. So we'll see what this guy is all about. So, you're waiting for your best buds, huh? Same here. Having buddies is pretty cool so far. I definitely recommend it. I mean, this is a flat shy guy, so he's not a bad guy yet. Bobby, I think, just got distracted. Oh, you met up with your amigos. That's the best. Let's have ourselves a super-duper canned food party to celebrate. Shy, oh my. Now, Olivia, of course, demonstrating a bit of hustle. Deciding not to join this fellow in the spirit of friendship. I guess we now see what all that canned tuna was about. That fellow, of course, is oblivious to just how many of his shy guy compatriots have been transformed. But let's just backtrack over to the temple and see where that takes us. Yes, this is the Don't Jump Bridge. Sure that this amount of weight is going to just collapse the whole thing and open up the entire area below. Hey there, Stompy. I'm Babam. What's your name? Oh, that's bad. Alright, we'll take out the paper macho. Just gotta dash around a bit. That toad huddling in the corner being all terrified is an interesting contextual reaction to the presence of this giant Mache Goomba. And in the meantime, we'll just pop that guy off and... Okay. Now, given that Bobby has been hunted who knows where, I guess we have to go back and explore again to see whether he has been displaced anywhere interesting. Perhaps just back at Friendship Plaza, I would guess. Unless there is some other kind of vantage point. Olivia wants to jump around on a bridge. Okay. Does tend to be one of the naggy sort of companion character, I think, when it comes to aggressively wanting you to read the hints, but I guess this is jumpable. I wonder if it was always jumpable. So here's Chestnut Valley. Oh, I guess that's how we eventually wrap around and open up the door. Jumping off a bridge to save poor Bobby. Yeah, we already know how the return path is going to look, actually, given the signage for Chestnut Valley that we had seen earlier, so pretty interesting environmental indication. Just built into the fabric of the environment so far. And drop all that. We'll pick up some more confetti in just a moment. Just want to see if there are any other major dumps we need. And yeah, might as well grab that now to make sure we are on a full bag. I want to play Maker 2, but only PC, so playing Roblox games. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'm streaming off a relatively weak computer when it comes to video capability. Otherwise, I would be streaming PC games as well. But for me, it's actually easier to work with the Switch. But yeah, I only really know about Roblox by reputation. I can't say that I've really played Roblox games myself. I guess we need to hide out in this corner here. Don't know if Hammer is going to provide much in the way of defense. Tuck it to this corner. I guess we'll probably have to run this down. Oh, and there's Bobby. I mean, I guess we could see if there is a bit of a hammer check. Ah, there we go. And there's going to be a Toad somewhere here, but we'll take out the Goomba first, and he's just going to be a pushover of an enemy. That's going to be a Toad. We're the Chestnut Trio. Thanks for conking our conquer. And yeah, that's a heart over there on presumption that some players would be taking tons of damage on their way up. I think that was a fairly simple pattern to read on our way up, though. And we'll just leave the heart in place for now. Looks like that is going to add a little bit of pressure. Yep. Could have spotted that a little more accurately. Help me. Yeah, let's help him up. Oh, I missed. Looks like saving that heart for later was probably a good decision, given that we might have to retry this slightly. Pop this open and see what kind of treasure is in store. A signpost. Very apologetic, the bomb. We're just glad you're okay. Well, for one thing, we need the bomb companion to put some pressure on a weight plate. Finding it interesting so far that, you know, for all the complaints about the last few Paper Mario games going back to a more generic enemy identity for things like the bomb that have been around in the Mario series for so long that the running joke here is that Olivia keeps referring to the Bob-omb by name to give him a little bit of individuality, which he has decided to deny himself. Okay, that's going to be a new form of enemy here. I hadn't really seen a Goomrat stack previously, and I don't know how their movement patterns might be different. Okay, this is a pattern that we actually had trouble with in the puzzle mode. And so I feel like, yeah, moving one of these over. Moving that down, rotating that one piece. This is a difficult pattern to see, actually. You'd think that the idea here is to slot that in, but the issue is that I don't know what the third move is going to be. Okay, we'd better get going. There's got to be an effective solution to that, and I've been failing in that particular configuration repeatedly in the puzzle mode. Now, we don't know if the Goomrats here are going to behave like they typically do, where they just roll over. And yeah, they just roll over on their heads. I don't know if that makes them throwable or kickable. Galoombas, rather, not Goomrats. Galoombas. I don't know why I call them Goomrats. I think they are. Maybe confusing Goomrats and Goombas and Galoombas in general, despite encountering them all the time in a Mario Maker context. And yeah, the jump is going to miss after the first two, so I think it's probably better if I just take these guys out right away. If you want to try any Paper Mario games, Turtle Saver. Turtle Saver, I don't know if you would have any access to a GameCube, but the one that is widely adored is the Thousand-Year Door, which is much more of a traditional kind of turn-based JRPG in terms of its party-based combat system. But it is pretty much that kind of RPG at its highest level of development, and so it's no surprise that it is so beloved. We gotta move this stack. This is very scattered. And yeah, oh, this is a mess. What a mess. You know what? Just move these guys in here. And okay, that was not great. 2 actions though. As long as we mitigate some of that incoming damage, I think we can probably deal with this. And we'll hammer these guys just to knock them right over. This one's not bad, if you do eventually get onto the Switch. This game, the Origami King, went off to a fairly slow start. But it has been picking up in this session, and I've been quite enjoying this sit-down with it, so let's just hammer him. But yeah, the Paper Mario series is one that changes quite a lot. The one constant to it is that the kind of overworld adventuring tends to be fairly similar from game to game. The way you actually engage with enemies is almost always different. Okay, that's pretty much it for treasures in Chestnut Valley. That was rather quick. Let's pop that shut. More chestnuts. Yeah, we gotta run for it. And once again, my Bob-omb companion is going to get hit. Oh, looks like we have. Galoombas inside the chestnuts. Surprise, surprise. Okay, looks like we have 2 ring moves available. And that's... yeah, the implication is that I want to get everything onto the outer ring. But yeah, that's actually going to be fine. We're going to have a perfect solution right here. So that's wonderful. Okay, flip all these guys over. Don't really know what their HP count is just yet, but 18 damage is going to smash them completely. $16 damage will be enough to pop that stack. And of course, the Galoombas, having originated in Super Mario World, were back then just designated Goombas. The Goomba style in Super Mario World. Oh no, now I know what the Galoomba and Goomrat distinction is. I was thinking about that earlier, and yeah, it's based on your ability to stop these guys and pick them back up, flip them over onto their heads. Okay. It's like a bit of a minor spatial puzzle here, but not a very significant one. I see. So we're going to... yeah. Pluck that coin repeatedly until a toad comes out. I really do think a toad is going to come out from the way that it is set up. No, just coins, okay. So I need some way to distract him, hold him in place. And... oh. Maybe just flank him with a quick maneuver like that. It is just going to be a bit of a timing check. So what does the flower do? The flower does damage in a line. So in this game, the object is to, as you can see, arrange the enemies within the ring. And then the hammer does a bit of a close range 2x2 attack. The jump does a line attack, and flower does a more powerful line attack. Let me think about how this is going to work. Yeah, shift these guys down. Shift these guys over here. And yeah, the flower basically works like a jump. I can just show you, actually. We have 7 flowers. I don't mind just spending one for demonstration. So, yeah, here we go. And if I press the buttons accurately, they give me the maximum damage, which is 24 on every shot. So yeah, there you go. Many previous Paper Mario games have had a battle system that is just based on a straight line of enemies. That's certainly how the last one, Color Splash, worked. That's how a lot of the earlier RPG-style ones worked as well. So this is the first Paper Mario to have a battle system that is based around 2 different axes of movement. Like the radial axis as well as the linear axis. It looks OP now, but then you have a limited number of them in your inventory, and they can be not expensive, but they definitely cost something to replace. And so you don't want to just spam them all the time. Like, ordinarily I would want to save them for big fights. So far, though, this game is pretty easy, and so I found that just trying to score one-turn kills on everything has been very satisfying to do. Let me go back here and see what's going on. So he's got the bomb trapped once again up there. I don't think I can do anything from this position. I think unless my companion scolds me to go back and save my friend, I do actually have to continue and wrap around. And yeah, eventually I think I'll just have to drop back down to the lower level. Unless there was some interaction up there that I missed, but we'll just, in the meantime, open up our access back to the main part of Autumn Mountain, which we had seen earlier. Pop that open. Oh, now she's going to talk to me. Yep, it's fine. We'll just explore down here. Patch this up. And what have we got? 1,000 coins. Looks like I should just be doing a straight drop off that ledge. And... nope, doesn't let me do that. Doesn't let me jump off either. So, yeah, I'll need to look for some other access point. Some other way of heading back down. In the meantime, let's pick some fights. Yeah, I found it pretty satisfying so far to solve some of these spatial puzzles. 2 moves, that's pretty simple. Going to be a double hammer. It's like playing with a ring toy. Like a, you know, physical dial puzzle, like a lock-picking puzzle. And so the more enemy combinations you get on the board, the more interesting the puzzles get. It took a long time to kind of get out of a tutorial zone where everything was very trivial back in the first chapter. But I think in this chapter it has already become significantly more interesting. Okay, disarm that guy. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be rotating 2 and getting these guys in a linear configuration. And then we'll just spend some boots. And once again. Now, on these stronger non-standard attacks, there is some kind of weapon durability limit. I don't know what that limit is yet, because we have not actually broken anything. Yeah, I have 3 different boots right now. And I did just use the shiny ones, which are just a damage increase. There are also boots that allow you to jump on spiked enemies. And so yeah, you've seen me use 2 different types of boots already. And I have 3 different types currently. I can actually just show you in the inventory how it works. Whoops. And yeah. So here I can just kind of equip them as I go. It looks like the shiny boots, it has that patch symbol on it. That tells me that it's beginning to run out. So I should maybe not use it quite so heavily, but there is an item shop that allows me to get more. The difficulty tuning is fairly easy in this game, so it's not something I worry about too much, but now let's explore and see if I can find another solution for getting down there and rescuing Bobby from that tree. Might have to check the friendship circle once again, just to see if anything has changed over here. We just need a way to get back down. Yeah, this guy's still waiting for the canned food. I think I just need to go back and see if there's been some kind of state change. Alternatively, I can just jump off the bridge once again and start at the bottom. But I feel like the better idea at this point is just to go backwards. So yeah, I don't normally use them simply because, as I said, the stronger attacks are limited use weapons. It's only the basic boots and the hammer, basic boots and basic hammer that are unlimited attacks. So let's see what's going on here. I think maybe we just missed... Oh, there's a pipe. Okay, so we need to look for a pipe entrance. Now, I don't know where that's going to be just yet. I don't know if it's just a location that we missed. Ah, no, there's a pipe to the right. Okay. I see it. I see it. But we need to get around this guy once again. So the pipe entrance is to the right side here. I just need to drop into the right side and take the pipe up, and then that will be it. In the meantime, let's whack these guys. Going to be two distinct enemies there, but... Okay, let's see. We have 2 available moves. So it looks like we want to probably just move these guys in. Have this outside move here. And yeah, we'll just get the standard hammer over here. That'll be enough. Standard jump will just flip these guys over, but if they're flipped over, they do not counterattack. The question is if they remain in position or if they disperse, and actually 14 damage is going to be plenty to work with. But yeah, we just need to drop in this side here. And that's going to be the solution we need. I did miss a toad somewhere. Could be that yellow spot down there. I don't really know yet. But I'm not going to worry too much about it for the time being. Let's just make our way up. Whoops. I was hoping to just whack that Goomba in the face with a hammer. This one's fairly straightforward. Get these guys in a line, get these guys in a cluster. And they'll go down pretty easily. Okay. And there we go. Well, I mean, you know, after a while it is a lot of pattern recognition. That's one of the easier fights we've seen. There are some that are much harder. But as with anything that is geometry-based like that, a lot of it comes from practice and recognizing what the basic combinations of moves are actually going to do. And that's how people solve things like Rubik's Cubes very quickly, is because they know what the combo movements are. The combo movements that will allow them to make very simple transpositions all in one go. Now, I actually have no idea where that bounced to. He couldn't have tumbled back this far. I think that's supposed to be a hint. I'm not really sure if it's a hint that I should be checking this or not checking this. Thank you so much. In reverse. Ah yes, because this is where we got ambushed by the Gloomba stack. Much earlier. Yeah, we're too far back. You solved Rubik's Cube? Yeah. I'm not very good at the Rubik's Cube myself. I do have friends and family who are extremely good at it and do it in... Some of them do it in clubs, some of them, you know, have some pretty decent competitive times. I can't do it at all. I just never really learned anything beyond the basics. But I do know that there are some standard combination moves that allow you to do things like transpose to various corners. You know, doing like making a cross and then doing the corner swap and so on. Like, that's the basic pattern. But yeah, like, as with Rubik's Cube, as with things like chess, where you have certain checkmate patterns, the thing about this kind of ring puzzle is that it is very new. Like, there aren't really many games that have ever been like this. And so You do kind of need to develop an original approach to it, but once you find that approach, it becomes very satisfying to solve, especially once you need to manage different kinds of enemies. Some of them can be jumped on, some of them have to be hammered, etc. And so you've got this combination of the Mario enemies with the dial patterns, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's something that I have not really seen in a video game before, so it feels like you don't just apply the same familiar tactics that you might have learned in other RPGs already. Yeah, I'm gonna whack him in the face. Whack him in the face. Found me a shortcut, okay. Now let's finally go visit the Water Elemental Shrine. And we are still missing a toad somewhere here. Oh, it's this guy for sure. I must flutter. And yeah, that's 100% on Chestnut Valley. I don't know if there's anything else we're missing. It seems like the kind of dungeon-like mid-segment maps are pretty easy to complete in one go. The overworld maps do... like the main mountain maps do seem to require a bit more backtracking. It looks like we are missing one invisible block. I don't know if I'm going to bother looking for that. I find that, you know, hunting for invisible blocks is maybe not that interesting. But it's never really that interesting in Mario Maker either, so I'm okay with leaving that at 75% for now. If we eventually want to clean that up someday, I can come back and do that. For now, I think I would like to move onward and finally head back to the temple entrance. So yeah, save complete. This guy is going to stare longingly at this impressive building. I mean, you know, the Water Elemental could be the original owner and have had some renovations commissioned. Okay, let's see if the Bob-omb gets the idea. Now, does the door stay open? Yes, it should. And in the temple we go. So that's going to be temple number 2. Yeah, he's definitely scared. But pretty much uninterested in giving me that 20 damage increase that we get from him when he pokes the enemy at the end of my turn. Wow, this is a lovely little temple indeed. So, Turtle Saver. The standard Mario question blocks are kind of laid out over the world. Some of them are invisible and contain some items. I know that I'm missing one because when I look at my completion, you see Chestnut Valley, which was the last zone that we were in, I have 75% of question blocks hit. That means I'm missing one, and the one that I'm missing is probably just invisible. The invisible blocks in this game tend to be signaled by some kind of change in the floor pattern, like you usually see a suspicious square or shadow. So it'll be kind of like this block here, except you'll only see the shadow. But there are definitely some that are invisible. And so we'll see what kind of puzzle dungeon this is. Thrown confetti that lands outside of a not bottomless hole won't vanish, so don't worry about wasting it. That's actually very good to know. Given that the confetti budget mechanic you can see with the bag that is in the top left corner under the HP, that was a little bit unclear to me. Now, this kind of dial layout already reminds me, of course, of a lot of the classic Zelda dungeon layouts, so that also have this cross pattern. I would say that many of them actually do have this cross pattern. Particularly if you look at Twilight Princess, a whole bunch of the dungeons are laid out this way, where you do one wing at a time. You gotta go? Well, thank you for dropping by, Turtle Saver. Hope you enjoy Roblox streaming when that gets started. So, see you next time. Yeah, always appreciate the company. It is always a bit of a quieter experience, I think, to be doing, you know, single-player adventure games that everybody is playing. Okay, so we have sidesteppers. I think hammer is probably the way to go, given their claw positioning. We'll see if that does enough damage. Yes, it does. Certainly don't want to be jumping on top of those. Kind of nice to see the return of enemies that were from the original Mario Brothers arcade game. If they are going to be restricting themselves to drawing enemies that already exist in the older Mario games, it is always a pleasure to see them draw on the entire history of the series. That's going to be 2 ring moves. Do we get 2 moves? I think we do. And yeah, fairly simple. That's going to be a hammer on the left and a jump on the right. Pretty straightforward. And yeah, jump on the right. And yeah, the toad in the audience that closes eyes, yes, it did work. Just to answer your question. Might as well take out each of these one at a time. I am finding this battle system to be very innately interesting as it becomes more complex with its enemy configurations. So I really don't mind just doing battles for their own sake. And yeah, let's take a look at this. And once more. Yeah, I mean, given how interesting the ring battles have been so far, it's almost too bad that the boss battles work with a completely separate system. Okay, so those side steppers are going to be a little more well guarded, I think. Blue side steppers. Wonder if a standard hammer is going to be enough to turn these over. Might not be, just given their deeper coloration. But 18 damage will be enough to crumple them, not squash them, so... I think it's probably a better idea to just squash these guys right away. Deal with the next set separately. What do you think? Yeah, let's do it that way. It means I'm about to take some punishment from the red ones. But, you know, that's a risk we take. Okay, this is pretty simple. Get them in a hammer configuration. And then just nuke them once again. Okay, I'm gonna pop that one open. So yeah, blue guys take quite a bit of punishment. 18 damage was not enough to take them out in one go. It's something we'll just have to keep in mind as we enter this room and solve this block puzzle. Now, this reminds me very distinctly of Lakebed Temple in Twilight Princess, in that it is going to be about routing the water, I think. It is pretty much just a straight-up block puzzle. I don't know if there's going to be any kind of rotational movement. I don't think it really looks like there will be. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Wait, hang on. Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on whether rotational movement's going to do anything. Oh, no, actually, no, I know. It looks like opening up a passage does allow you to maybe enter the chamber that you want to go to. So, for example, it would just rotate everything around. Like that. And then I have access to the bottom door. I don't have access to the top mouth yet, but... Hey, wait. Not really fond of being interrupted with hints. I just want to play with this thing. Now, the configuration is not really activating in terms of creating any kind of state change, so... Ultimately, though, it seems like that we would want, for example, to activate the flow of water, have water flow down the passageway, and, as with Twilight Princess's Lakebed Temple, have it run through the gate. The issue with that is that currently, with this pattern, there's no way to do that without some kind of rotational movement. As you can see, there is actually no available solution that would give you the route that is needed with the current pieces. And so, I think I'd want to poke around and maybe pop that sidestepper over here. The sidestepper is going to show me a secret passage. I wonder how many of these passages there are. It was being signaled, obviously, by the enemy protruding. I don't know if there would be any other secrets to be unburied here. But in the meantime, let's head back there, explore a bit, and continue. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We have yet another sidestepper battle for Koopa Troopas to deal with, and looks like it'll be this. And hammers on either side. And once again. Okay. Going to pop that once again. Looks like there is a block that is at the very end of this corridor, and held by the shadow. You can also tell that there is something with the blue sidesteppers at the end that is going to become relevant. Line them up? Yeah, we'll do that. Move these guys. We'll need an iron jump on this fairly soon. And it's always nice to see some very clear visual signaling in terms of the enemy designs, in terms of being able to tell what the vulnerabilities are going to be. And hey, Mia's Be Chicken, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. And okay, let's continue poking ahead ever so slightly. Looks like that's going to be linear once again. And we'll just bust that. Fairly simple. It's going to tear through each of these fights one by one. I see a sidestepper is holding a vital panel that would allow me to complete the entire flow pattern. This looks awfully suspicious. This square over here, I would have absolutely thought that it was signaling an invisible block of some sort, but apparently not. Okay, so we need to run around and nuke this guy. We can find some kind of reliable way of running into him, because that's going to give me the final panel. And I'm doing alright. How are you? I'm glad you're enjoying the message highlight. Oh, look at that. There is a block that is much higher above. POW block. Ah, there we go. So this is going to be a classic arcade Mario Brothers interaction where we hit the POW block, and then that's going to give me a bit of an opening advantage in this fight. Wonderful. We have 3 ring moves that are available. I think it's fairly clear that I need to probably move both of these over and then get these together on the central axis. Let's see if a single hammer attack is going to be enough to get rid of these guys at once. Yeah, they take a lot of punishment. Now, hopefully, the red sidesteppers are going to have a recovery turn, which will allow me to safely re-engage with them without taking damage. Flipped over, can't move. Excellent. Now, they can't move there, but they will redisperse into a new configuration. And nope, that's still going to be 2 apart. Don't want to do that. Just want to get them all in line, actually. Oh, we got 10 seconds. I got it. Go, go, go. No, I messed this one up completely. Messed this up completely, actually. No. And yeah, we'll just Iron Boots this one. How do I say my Twitch name? I accept either Quixotic or Quixotic N. Either one is fine. I've definitely heard both. Oh wow, they're going to turn into blue sidesteppers. That's, I guess, in keeping with how they work in the original Mario Brothers, that after they take enough damage, they shift over if they have not yet been killed. Once again, we're going to have 3 ring moves available, and I want to get them in the hammer configuration. And I think the way to do that is to rotate this guy over here. Oh, shoot. I'm going to lose. Yeah. I was a little bit too slow in reading what to do with the guy on the outside. Doing quite badly on this fight, actually. I was doing alright up until now. Then I'm taking a lot of punishment from this guy as he swats me with 5. Hey, Zedbot and Electrodude. Yeah, Zedbot, I know I can do that, but I'm trying not to play the game with buying more time. And I know that there's an automatic thing that you can set up as well that allows you to just have the game spend coins up to a certain limit to beat the fights. I am actually trying to solve each of the geometric puzzles within the time limit whenever possible, though, but thank you for that hint. I've been doing fairly well on most of them. This one kind of threw me off a little bit because I haven't seen too much of the old arcade-style Mario Brothers transformation from the red to blue sidesteppers, and I'm only beginning to get a sense of what their hit point budget is. But let's get back to the Twilight Princess lake bed puzzle we saw just now. Mia's Bee Chicken asks if you can get a sexy yeet. It depends if the yeet shops are still open at this time of day, wherever you are. If you're going to head to the yeet shop to get a sexy yeet, I do recommend that you wear a mask, depending, of course, on the current lockdown conditions within your country. See, just right size. It is not going to be your right configuration, though. So yeah, okay, no, we need to completely rearrange this thing first, and then we'll plug it in. Hang on. And this is so constrained that it's not going to give me much of a solution. Anyway, there we go. So yeah, Electrodude, the Paper Mario is going well. As you can see, we are now in what is essentially World 2. And you're very happy regarding the project, in terms of your creation or in terms of the things that have come out, because I'm playing them tomorrow, but I did playtest some of the really big highlights of this week, like Mortal Koopas, which I think has deservedly been going over very, very well. Oh, if I've been reading the Discord, I'll know why. I have not caught up in the last few hours, so I don't know if there's something new that has been happening there, but I'll need to catch up on that. And let's come back here with the reactivated water. Oh, this looks new. That's because we have come through this passage for what is possibly the first time. Or, no, I just didn't see it last time, I guess. And the cup runneth over. Oh, you're now in this week. Okay, okay. Interesting. I didn't see that you got swapped into this week. That'll be nice, because you'll be good company. Unless I got swapped out, that would make us both in this week, I believe. I don't know who got swapped out. I should probably look over at the channel to see what's going on. And, okay, you're taking Nexar's place. I see, yeah. Yeah, I don't think any kind of emergencies have come up with mine. I realized at the very last minute that, like, I thought it's been completely done in Indican for some time, but I realized that in one of my edits, I missed a sound effect that I accidentally deleted, and so now I need to edit and clear check the whole thing to put in one sound effect. And I'm sure that will lead me to tweak a whole bunch of other things, but that's how the maker goes. So yeah, looking forward to yours. I have been keeping up a fairly regular schedule of playing them all in the Tuesday daytime stream, and going for all of the cakes, as you know. And hopefully I can do it all in one session tomorrow, although obviously Salt Lake's level and Mortal Koopas may have something to say about that. Okay, so it's going to be 2 moves over here. I don't know if you've been looking into Paper Mario at all on your end. This is really just the second session that I've sat down with it. And yeah, first session I sat down with it, I felt like it was getting off to a really slow start, in that it felt like, you know, hours and hours of tutorial stuff. This session has been going quite well. I'm enjoying myself a lot. Yeah, no, I know. I've seen Mortal Koopas. I played an early version of it. And I've been seeing it everywhere this week, because as with Uncaged a couple weeks ago, it's one where, like, random strangers have been submitting that level to other viewer-level streams because they know it's going to get a reaction and they want to see it played, and I think that's always a very good sign when you see a level like be that spectator friendly. And yeah, I absolutely love Mortal Koopas. I actually played all of Ren's older levels this weekend, shortly after you had to leave for lunch, I think. The Matrix level that he made prior to this one is actually quite fun and has a cute ending. Okay, let's line up the ones with the guide markers and just kind of trust. Oh, no, I've got two in the same row there. That's... no. My perception... Depth perception is a little bit off. There we go. Yeah, sometimes the tutorial markers are a little bit aggressive, but with a complex setup like that, I don't mind too much. I love Document's Mortal Koopa's artwork as well. I thought that was absolutely spectacular. I kind of want a high-res version of it for my desktop. And, okay, let's bust these all down. I don't know why my HP is capped at 85. It was capped at 90 for some reason earlier, and I don't know if that was just a temporary buff. Or, oh, no, I see. It's actually increased by 10 because of the badge that I have put on. So I think I'm just wrong. This is clearly a toad. Yeah, I mean, toad is free to assume that. And going to have a slight HP buff just for exploring. Okay. Well, we'll see about those sandwiches. In the meantime, let's get swooped by some swoops. Okay, the sidestepper configuration here I think is fairly simple, and that's going to line everything up accordingly, and then the outer move is just going to solve the rest of that problem. Let's just take that out first. And then pop the rest. Should have a third attack in this sequence, yeah. But yeah, one thing I have not looked at in advance for this week's RYMM is just the puzzle set. So definitely looking forward to that, given that I've had a lot of fun with the puzzle stages so far, for sure. So yeah, Electro Dude, I guess we'll be in the same wave. I think Tetraterix is there, and that puzzle level is quite something to behold. And there was... I think Composer is in our group as well. At least last time I checked. Gonna be a good group. Going to be quite a good set to work with. Looks like we can just break any of these mindlessly. I don't think there's any reason to keep blocks alive. Except, of course, for getting up to that 100 coin that we see later on. It might be an important pattern that we need to preserve, so okay, let's not break everything with wild abandonment just yet. Okay, some of these are fairly simple to read. And let's take these guys out just to guarantee that we can do it. Okay, gotta mine the Mecha Koopa in the middle of this batch here. Might have some unconventional behaviors with this guy. Yeah, Mecha Koopa is going to take enough punishment to stay alive here. And Mecha Koopa, I think, actually self-destructs? No, he runs away. Okay. Yeah, got a couple of 100 coins. Guess we can fall into those even if we break the platforms from underneath. Taking out a mecha gives you a big coin bonus? Okay. Yeah, thanks for that, Zedbot. Right, 3 moves. We got that. Got distracted for a moment. Yeah, obviously this is a totally blind playthrough, and I know I'm behind a lot of the people who have been playing this every day since launch, since this is just my second day with the game. So, while I don't want any spoilers or puzzle solutions, hints like that are perfectly fine, so no worries about that, Zedbot. You can do that, and if you do it with caps lock, we'll tolerate it. So, Electrocude is kind of funny because there was... I mean, I've been raking in coins like crazy in this game, as you can see, but there actually was a quest check in Chapter 1 that required you, or seemed to require you, to dump 10k coins. I don't know if that was actually optional. Maybe, like, if you declined that, you could find some other cheaper solution or something, but I just decided to pay the 10k because I could do that. Okay, let's see if the big hammer is going to give us enough damage to take out these guys on the right. Because I've had some issues with clearing them out completely. 25 damage is enough. Okay. And there we go. But yeah, I think maybe I should check afterwards if paying that 10k was actually required, but it seemed like the most efficient thing to do at the time, so I just went ahead and did it. I broke too many blocks to actually get up to the 100. You can see I was thinking, oh, can I just drop into that somehow, but looks like we'll want to maintain some kind of traversal path that heads over to the right side as well. That's okay, we'll just keep these blocks alive then. I should think ahead to where I want to go so I don't break everything. Obviously, I would assume that the blocks have some kind of reset when you come back into this zone, simply because that would mean that completion is still possible. Do I want to... Yeah, okay, fine. I was trying to find some kind of 2-move solution that would allow you to get them in the hammer configuration. In the absence of the hammer configuration, we'll just jump on everything. Ah, you took out the second streamer, yeah. Yeah, it's funny, I guess the fact that I'm slightly behind a lot of people at this point actually makes this a slightly more watchable experience for people who don't want to spoil themselves. So you can watch me stumble on some of the things that you already understand perfectly. Because I find whenever I'm not doing Mario Maker here, which is rare, I find that I don't get a lot of viewer interest, and it's kind of easy to understand why with Paper Mario, at least, that most of the people who are really that interested in the game are playing it. Okay, haven't really determined what the HP pool on the Mecha Koopas is yet, but let's just do that. I feel like these guys are going to be vulnerable to fire. Let's just nuke them. I discovered when I was playing the last game at Color Splash that I enjoy this considerably more when I'm just trying to nuke everything in one turn instead of trying to hoard items. So I've been playing a lot more aggressively than I do with most JRPGs or similar games. Now, that is a pretty big HP pool on the Mecha Koopa. Let's see if we can actually take it out for that bonus, just to see what that bonus is. We totally can. 23 is not enough. So that was a bit of a waste of a shot on a shiny hammer, but, you know, it's a learning experience. We're figuring it out as we go. And, oh, yay, power block. Yeah. Nuke some of this stuff in the meantime. You've been avoiding most other streams because they're ahead of your progress? Yeah, well. Glad you have stopped by for this one then. And, yeah, I hope you're liking the game so far. I found that, as I was saying earlier, World 1 kind of made me wonder a little bit about this game simply because I just felt it went way too slow in terms of, you know, having the enemies put up any kind of fight at all and, you know, having the overworld interactions become a little more interesting. But I've been having a ton of fun with Chapter 2 here as we chase down the blue streamer. If I were to play like this in Undertale, I'd be having a bad time. I don't remember how I played in Undertale. I did not do a full aggressive playthrough or a full passive playthrough. I did only run the game once, and I did something sort of in the middle. Electrodude, the other thing too is that if you go back to some of Ren's earlier levels, Ren's first 2 levels in Maker 2 were both Undertale music levels, and I'm sure you'll get a bit of a kick out of that if you're a big Undertale fan. Looks like it is going to be a bit of an axial flip over here. And that's what they get for poking me in the feet. Also, is it just me, or did I break one of my boots? Let me just check very quickly. I totally did, so... Shiny iron. We'll keep it in reserve. I don't really intend to use it. At least, not yet, but we'll just keep that in reserve for now. Looks like these wheels can probably be manipulated with the hammer. Yeah, not really. Guess we have to solve something else first. Whoops. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did beat Undertale, as I said, just once. 2 ring moves. Looks like we should just probably... Let's see here. Do a swap of some sort, like here. Yeah. Yeah, because I know Undertale is something that is definitely meant to change considerably with replayability, particularly if you actually fool around with some of the pacifist mechanics, where you get to negotiate with the characters. I mean, having only played through it once, I won't pretend that I really have seen much of the game. But it's not like it was one that I was crazy about like a lot of people were. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I don't honestly remember much about it. It wasn't a big experience. You actually did beat Just Shapes and Beats. Yeah, it seemed like you'd been working on that for some time. But I guess if you've finally got it to whatever 100% is in that game. Okay, so yeah, only way down is down. Going to fill up the tank. Look at the doors on a lower level. It looks like there is a bit of a water temple mechanic here, where we manipulate the fluid level, but in the meantime we'll just go through this open door. Now, the configuration resets itself when we are not yet ready to plug in the final panel, so there's no point in playing with it now. We should just look at the intended route which we want, which is to get the top right panel there routed over to the left to turn this wheel. You can see already that there is a door that can be opened up back here. We just scan around a little bit more to see what else we can uncover. And yeah, it looks like that's probably the only available panel, and that opening this door will let us through this passageway once we get the wheel going. So in the meantime, let me just check this side as well. Could be an exit panel, of course, once we duck into the back room. If I have time, you'd definitely recommend doing Pacifist. Okay. Maybe eventually. I mean, I got Undertale on PC years and years ago. I actually don't know how some of the final boss mechanics would be ported to consoles. I know they probably came out with some solution to it, but you know, it's for obvious reasons not something that would just be done totally unchanged. I kind of wonder if I should fall into the middle here. I don't see yet if there's a way to get back out if I do that. But okay, let's poke this. Yeah, it looks like I do actually have to fall into the pit. And we get some cheeps. Smash that guy. Yeah. I mean, I was a big fan of Earthbound. I remember actually buying a very expensive physical copy of Earthbound off the secondary market back in the day. Okay, that's the configuration we want. Whoops. You know, complete with the original scratch and sniff manual that came in the big box. Except I got it without the box because that would have added quite a lot to the cost. But yeah, that was probably the biggest purchase I ever made off eBay. Was about 20 years ago when I belatedly got an Earthbound cartridge in the middle of the GameCube era. And I was surprised to find that it has actually held its value. That's, you know, even accounting for inflation, that's that particular investment has in fact held. So yeah, very fond of Earthbound, and so I could definitely appreciate what Undertale was going for in terms of trying to recreate a lot of that original spirit. I think I sort of had the impression that Toby Fox was originally an Earthbound modder himself. And also a very good game composer, I think, in that, you know, from a perspective of understanding a lot of 8 to 16-bit era game music, that there was a lot to appreciate about what Undertale was doing in terms of its command of the tropes that would signal different kinds of moods and different kinds of dungeon environments. That like you really do need to know video game music very well to put together a score that works like that. And so, no surprise to me that Undertale is that popular from a musical perspective as well. So yeah, I was always very impressed with that. Okay, here's a piece. And here's a big fight. Multiple waves incoming. Let's see how readable this is. We have, once again, a bunch of the tutorial guideposts, but this is going to be quite a busy layout. Give that magic circle back. Yeah, I guess if I nuke that guy, then I get access to the magic circle, which will give me the ability to just stomp on everything else. I feel like if I just rotate this dial, then I have 2 moves that are still available. There we go. Shiny hammer on the right side. And then the standard hammer on the left side, just to get the circle available again. The circle might actually just be dropped to make room for some environmental interaction off the battle screen, but let's see, because we have some additional waves to deal with, and it might be that we require the circle for a later wave. Yeah, Deltarune, I know nothing about Deltarune. I remember when it came out, but I just wasn't paying attention at the time. So it really wants me to use developmental power for the Earth summon. So let's see the Earth summon. Okay. Turtle power. What does this actually do? Okay, that's what it does. That's a groovier panel. And a huge burst of confetti that will make sure we come out of here with a full bag for the interactions that come next. But yeah, I have to admit that I wasn't paying attention to Deltarune at all, apart from knowing that it exists. Okay, so it's going to be a coffee shop. Sure, let's check it before we pop out. Ooh, that's a very ominous door into the cafe. I wanted to get a screenshot of that in case I can use it, you know, for future stream assets or something. Un café, s'il vous plaît. Let's do that. Can't say I ever expected to see you stumble in here, Mario. We try to keep this place a secret. Minions come here to unwind after a long day of pacing back and forth. I'm probably not supposed to be serving you like this, but I'll make an exception. I mean, they're kind of somewhat oppressed at this point just from being non-origami. Oh, okay, now I have to pick my favorites. And if I pick the wrong favorite, I assume they're going to try to beat me up or something. I should probably wait until the full game comes out. Yeah, I do know that Deltarune was episodic. That's probably one of the reasons I didn't pay attention to it, because episodic games I typically do wait until they are complete. I'm just listening to the music for a moment here, to the cafe music. It has some similarities instrumentally to the Brewster Cafe in Animal Crossing New Leaf, but that's just a bit of that coffee shop style and instrumentation, not melody itself. So, Goombas are going to be very proud of their status as frontliners. Shy Guys, well, I mean, Shy Guys don't show up very much. I even heard that the Origami jerk who started this whole mess was disguised as a Shy Guy. I don't know, I think that just implies that the Shy Guy ranks are easily infiltrated by black shirts. Can't it yet, Dorks. Sorry, Mario. These two are always going at it like this. Okay. That's going to be a full HP refresh. Not that we need it that desperately, but it was kind of nice to chill. I wonder if we can just get another coffee. I wonder if they give you another conversation if you have another coffee. I have the money to spare. I think I'm going to. Oh, okay. No conversation. That's too bad. That reminds me to sip my rapidly cooling coffee. I know a Shy Guy who knows a Shy Guy who can wail on guitar. You know, we've met the guitar Shy Guy. I think it was the one with the sombrero. You know, it's funny because he says you've never seen a Shy Guy with wings. We have, however, seen Shy Guys on stilts. Elemental boss here gave you such a hard time you had to take a break. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. I'll keep that in mind, Zedbot. I'm looking forward to a challenge. Because the game has steadily become more interesting, but I definitely think the first chapter was like a bit too much of a slog for me. but I'm really glad I made it through that so we could kind of get deeper in and hopefully see things that are a little more ambitious. Okay, so it looks like that's going to be the tile that we need to fit in. Once again, I know what the intended solution path is going to be. I was actually quite good at some of these when I was younger with, you know, numerical puzzles. Very clear to me that, yeah, usually you don't need to fuss too much about the first row or so, like everything can be rearranged quite easily. I just need to see the shape of the solution. Okay, ultimately we want the right top corner panel. And, yeah, that's not going to be too difficult, I think. So, particularly because we have some redundancy in identical tiles. The fact that we have some redundant identical tiles means that it's actually going to be pretty straightforward to, what am I saying? Yeah, so we want a sequence of tiles that we can rotate into the top right and plug in. And so I'd want something like this bottom sequence here. Whoops. Here, but I want the empty spot to be up top. So just give me a moment here while I plug that in, like you would want the empty spot to be up there. I don't know that we actually need to use the full layout. And because the redundancy of some of the tiles indicates to me that I can actually shortcut some of this. Yeah, because what do I want on the top tile? I want to rotate, and I want that to be the MC square. I want, yeah, the top corner tile has to be that, absolutely. I want to rotate these two in. There we go, that's it. Straightforward. Yeah, Electric Dude, I do see your reward redemption. 59 apparently goes with coffee. And we'll just do that reading in just a moment. So, Electric Dude, the funny thing is... Oh, nothing's happening. Oh, okay, fine. It actually doesn't allow you to do a clever solution. You do actually have to have a complete routing path, but we'll do that in just a moment because we have a reward redemption. Yeah, I'm glad it actually has a response to that. Zedbot says you don't have a 1-up mushroom at a time, and... Oh, I see, okay. In the meantime, let's let the music just play in the Waterfall Metal Shrine and pull up number 59. And Electric Dude, I have a story about Shakespeare on Twitch that I'm going to tell you after I read this one. Because I found it rather entertaining. But in the meantime, let me just pull up the text. '59 is one that I don't think I've introduced on this stream before, but it goes like this. Oh, this is actually a great one for a game that has some logic puzzles. Actually, this is a great fit for Paper Mario specifically. Listen to this one. Sonnet number 59. If there be nothing new, but that which is hath been before, how are our brains beguiled, which laboring for invention bear amiss the second burden of a former child? Oh, that record could with a backward look, even of 500 courses of the sun, show me your image in some antique book, since mine at first in character was done, that I might see what the old world would say to this composed wonder of your frame, whether we are mended, or whether better they, or whether revolution be the same. Oh, sure I am the wits of former days to subjects worse have given admiring praise. Now let's remember to actually swap back out of the overlay this time, and I will mark that as redeemed. Yeah, it goes with coffee. I maybe should have performed that in the coffee shop. But in the meantime, let's progress. So, the thing I was going to tell you about and I'll do that when I'm fussing with these tiles here, is that, okay, first of all, we want this guy in the center tile for sure, I think. Although that'll raise the question of what we do with the top corner. No, we don't want it in the center tile because top corner will not be useful. We want this to be the final tile, for sure. Which means we want top right to be open. Yeah, so let's do some swaps here. Okay, so we want top right to be open when we finally finish the solution. So let's kind of do some rotation just to get things in the configuration that we eventually want, because we want something like this. Top tile, yeah, we want a straight tile in the middle. Okay, the thing I was going to talk about was that one of the regulars who has recently started to submit to my Mario Maker stream has also started streaming, and is apparently like a school teacher from a literary background of some sort. And so this guy is Mr. Laser, who shown me, like, he's fairly new to Mario Maker, so he's shown me some stuff that is, you know, he's a new maker. He's a little bit scrappy in some ways, but that's where people start. And he also started running a Twitch channel, which I discovered the other day. Also has a Read Shakespeare reward, which is like, you know, pick a number from 1 to 150 or 156. Like, pick a number basically for the Shakespeare sonnet. So I was just really kind of amused that this little gimmick that I had picked out for this channel is apparently starting to catch on. Okay, no, I know. I need to displace the straight one down here. What do I want for the top position? I want to transpose the top position. No, top position, top left has to be open. I want 2 straights. Like this, eventually. Except I need to swap the ones that are on the right over here. So let's do a quick swap. We can take advantage of the fact that the bottom one is identical. But we have the right idea. I just need to swap the top right and right center. And that will... This is not an efficient or minimal number of moves, but I'll go with it anyway. Yeah, I just need to shift this slightly. And then shift the bottom configuration. What? Yeah, there we go. Like, ultimately, I want to do a series of rotations like this. There we go. So yeah, it was kind of funny to see Shakespeare catch on. I should eventually expand my range of reading material here. I only started with that because, you know, Shakespeare is familiar to people and the sonnets are all of a very controlled length. If I were doing sonnets, I could of course just do translations of Petrarch or something. I could do Emily Dickinson, but that's all very, very short. Like Emily Dickinson, it's just a couple lines each, but a very wide selection of a couple thousand, I think. Could do some longer speeches and works. And oh, thank you very much, Zedbot, for the cheers. And for the congratulations on that puzzle. Like I said, I was not doing that efficiently at all, but you know, I wasn't exactly going for a minimum move record or any kind of speed timing. Yeah, it is, as you said earlier, kind of neat that the game will actually recognize partial solutions, even if it doesn't want to reward you for that. Yes, the water of Elemental's mouth is wide open now. Almost looks like it's roaring. Rawr. Okay. And yeah. I was definitely kind of surprised by the scale of the first chapter in terms of how much content there was after developmental, going up to the pencil crayon or colored pencil boss. Pencil crayons and colored pencils, of course, being words for the same thing in different regions. Being based in America, the American localization in English went with colored pencils. Oh yeah, let's take a look at developmental boss, presumably. You think this game is bigger than people realize? Yeah, I think so as well, because I was looking at the challenge rooms in the battle lab earlier, and I only saw slots for 8 different boss battles, but there's quite a lot of dungeon traversal going up to each of those. Ah, it's still water elemental. Someone folded it up. It doesn't look like the stone face in the main room at all. Okay, let's give it a stomping. And let's see if this boss is nearly as punishing as were indicating to me earlier. But yeah, the boss patterns tend to follow a completely different logic in some ways to the main panels. Which is alright, like it just requires a different sense of spatial perception. Okay, so we want an on switch followed by an attack. And let's see, we need to think about a point of vulnerability as well. I don't know what the weak points are going to be just yet. Let's just try to do a fairly simple configuration. And maybe just have an activation on the side for the ground attack. When it's in the air like that, I don't know that the ground attack is going to do much. Wash the panels away, okay. Yeah, I don't know if the earth attack is actually going to hit this thing when it's flying. It seems like flying is a state that would just maybe hard counter that, but because, you know, an earthquake attack, like, what is it realistically going to do, right? Oh, it's going to raise me up in the air. Okay, that helps. And yeah, that's just going to be a flat miss, right? It is going to raise me up to eye level with him, though. Wow, that takes a lot of punishment. So yeah, that's not going to do anything for me. I do need to probably... Oh, does the water elemental look a little waterlogged to you? Okay, interesting. Soak that water up like a sponge. Soak what water up like a sponge? Oh, the water coming in from the side, okay. Then, let's see, I guess the spouts would maybe interrupt my progress? Good luck, I'll see, yeah, thank you for that. I know I can get the hint card, but I want to do as much as possible without the hint card. So why don't we just try to do a direct attack once again. I feel like doing the earth attack just doesn't do much right now, but that's... And the water spouts, I don't know if I'm supposed to run into them or not run into them, but I'm just going to experiment and do what I can. Ah, yes, okay, so the wash away pushes the water spouts in the appropriate columns, and so the water spouts just tell me where panels are going to disappear and where columns are not going to be traversable. And that's fine, because I can probably use that to my advantage. Earth is once again going to do nothing then. It's just going to put me in range of his flying bite. I think I do need to stomp this guy on the ground, or allow him to soak up enough water to sink. Once he soaks up enough water to sink, then quite possibly the earth attack is going to hit him accurately. In the meantime, we'll just take some punishment. Yeah, the spouts are the rows that were washed away. I do see that. I do see that. I did see that in the previous round, luckily. And yeah, in the meantime, I'm going to try to solve this as best as I can. I think we need to just survive as many phases as possible. Let's try to do a double attack this time. And yeah, the spouts are going to do a push. And that's fine because it means that we'll just have an additional action command on the punch. And let's see if he's actually attackable. I think I would have to use boots because he's flying. And let's just try that twice just to make an attempt on that. Okay. And that leaves him sinking. That's great. In fact, if I knew that, I probably could have done... Whoa. A jump plus hammer. And a jump plus hammer might have actually smacked him while he had a full belly going. Oh, fit to burst. Okay, I see. Getting ready for something big. I guess it's going to be an attack. Summoning a lot of spouts. Use the arrows. Yeah, I think maybe a hammer, like a jump and hammer pattern would actually just get him to spit, right? Like that would be maybe the smarter thing to do, unless I want to do the earth attack now. Okay, let's maybe see what I can do here then. Let's once again. Oh, okay. No. That's actually not going to give me enough room to do anything really that interesting. Maybe a jump and a hammer? Well, I'm going to try it. Confirm move. And then hammer. Let's see if that actually does anything. Because, oh no, okay, he's not going to sink yet. I thought I could get him to sink immediately, and that was not correct. And so we're just going to get smacked in the face. Wow, look at that. Spectacular. Okay, now we can do the Earth Elemental attack. I'd better get as many of the hearts in my path as I'm able to manage. Yeah, feel like that's going to be the way to go. Yeah, I guess we'll see the hint panel. It's not a big deal. And strike with one of the waves. Yeah, that's fine. 100-fold arms is not what we're going to be using here, though. And here we are. Yeah, because it seems like doing a ground attack at this point when he is lying down is probably going to give me some things to do. 25. Yeah, pretty big hit there. It's too drained to attack. Okay, so let's get as many massive attack phases in there as we can. Okay. Going to get up at this point. Are we going to have spouts? Yes, we are. Okay. Let's see here. We will want some kind of initial run. Currently, that's going to give me the double damage on that side in the back. Let's see if this is going to do anything. Spouts are going to push. Spouts are going to give me a double damage attack. So let's do that. It's going to be a bit of a long course, but I think everything we need is still along our intended path. Is there anything I want in the middle ring? Not really. Oh, I see. That there's a separation between the hand attack and the earth attack. They were two different symbols, and I was not reading the symbols accurately. No. Okay, I made a mistake. I thought that was going to get pushed. I just misread that completely. Yeah, no, that was just a mistake. Okay, let me just try to read this again. See what I can do in this phase to get him to sink as soon as possible. Yeah, I was really hoping double attack would be appropriate here. But let's... I wonder why there is an attack panel that is this far back, because it's not really adjacent to him, and I don't know if that would actually land any kind of hit. I think it would just stop my progress. Oh, wait. We're already down 2 moves. Okay, no. Let's not mess around with that too much. How about this? That seems like everything is still within range of what I want. Okay. And yeah, let's just jump him once again. And jump him once again. Still thinking about that jump and hammer combo, but I need to watch carefully to see when this pattern actually sinks him. Because I was really hoping jump followed by hammer would be the answer there, just to get the water spout attack to discharge as soon as possible. There is, of course, always the possibility that I'm missing a defensive option. Rose slides are still a thing. Yeah, actually, you're making a good point there, that I had not really been thinking about rose slides with the lateral attacks. That is a very good point. I have not really been thinking about that. And that's something I'll just keep in mind. So, what were we doing here? That's going to take me over. That's going to take me down. Whoops. No, hang on. Yeah, we'll just try to attack him as directly as I can. Yeah, I am not doing this very efficiently, but then that's what the boss rush mode in the Battle Lab is for, if we want to beat our best time afterwards. So he is on the ground, he's not within range. Why don't we do one set of boots, one set of hammers, just to experiment around a little bit. I am within the conal range of the threat coming in. This guy in return. No, it doesn't get me any kind of early discharge, but I have to be aware of just how much damage will be incoming from the burst attack in just a moment. Just a moment. On shelter, yeah. It could be that the earth attack will raise me by enough that when it raises the ground, that is actually going to act as a blocking wall, in that I'm gaining elevation to match its head. Quite possible that it will just miss when I get the earth attack in position. So why don't we try that? I do need an on... lateral slides for the on panel, yeah, that's right. Okay. And let's see if I can... secondary action is not going to be useful here. Heart is going to be useful. Hey, Awesome Lamp. Welcome. Yeah, always do love the aha moments. Zedbot, I am a little bit behind on chat, just so you know, because I have been trying to solve it myself before I look over. But certainly don't mind you telling me that Jumpin' Hammer was the right idea. Okay, so it's going to give me the high wall, and I think maybe that will embrace me against the wave attack here. And also give me a nice solid replenishment. We should look at the hand attack next. Yeah, there we go. I know that I can do a ton of damage with Turtle Power, but I should, in fact, be looking at the hand. Yeah, get this in the center ring, probably. Wait 1 second. Let's see. Probably just get that in position. Get the hand in position. Hang on. I'm doing this too slowly. Wait. I want the on-off switch. But I want the on-off switch. No, I'm down by a move. That's... Hang on. I'm doing this wrong. I need to think about the on-off lateral move. Oh boy, I'm out of time. I messed this up completely. Okay, no, I messed this up completely. Hang on. I was, well, I blew that. Yeah, hands will do more damage. Yeah, I was trying to look at a hand set up there with the on-off switch, and I just completely plugged that. That was... Occasionally I get a bit of tunnel vision in this game where the patterns are probably very easy if I look at the image, you know, in stasis, but then I'm looking at this and just completely blowing it. Okay, let's get this over here. Let's get this over here. Do the double attack once more. Okay, that looks correct. And yeah, let's do a Jumpin' Hammer this time just to see if we actually deal enough damage. I wonder if it's a damage threshold that affects whether we can get him to sink. Yep, get him to sink. Gonna get a nice, 23 damage whack on a hammer. Look at that. That's going to be considerable. And yeah, Zedbot, I did see you posted that. I have not actually read it yet because I'm trying to... I'll read that in just a moment. I'm trying to solve this first. Okay, same idea. I think that combination actually worked spectacularly well. So yeah, that's going to loop the way around, but it's going to hit the spout. So why don't we just get back in here. Can I actually have a more efficient series of moves here? Not really. Yeah, this is not the best solution, I know, but let's try to do boots. He's already on the ground. I should have just hammered him in the first place. Why don't we just do double hammer? Yeah. Already on the ground, so. Not quite as good as a sinking combo that makes him vulnerable, but it's going to take him down by quite a bit. And I might just be able to nuke him this round. I basically got this. Okay, yeah. Great. Okay, so... Yeah, I think the strategy that we've been going with has been effectively pretty functional. Just make sure nothing is in spout range. And a standard attack here should probably do the trick. It means that we never actually saw the hand interaction. That is apparently supposed to be the most efficient way of defeating him, but boots and hammer here should be plenty. And that's going to be it. So let's try to get the capture on this guy. Yeah, I guess we never did see the hand, but oh, thank you. Thank you very much for the cheers. Glad you're enjoying what you're seeing. Look, Mario, it turned into another bibliofold, just like the last one. So, to read what you said earlier, the dragon charges its wave attack every 4th turn and is invulnerable to being grounded while charged. Okay, that's interesting. Jump on it before charging it to ground it and following it up with hammer. Okay, we actually did kind of figure that out with the ground disabling. I just didn't know about the invulnerable phase. That was the one thing that we didn't quite have. By trial and error. Take cover from the wave with the earth power. And yeah, no worries about the backseating. I mean, I just kind of look away from chat and try to solve it first when I do that. But I think I did manage to arrive at most of that independently. The only thing I didn't do was that I did not manage to line up the pattern that would actually activate the hand attack the one time that it was available and on my mind. Like, I was trying to do it, and I just could not see a good path, and I was taking way too long. But other than that, I think we got this down. So, I got it. Water Bibliofold. The waves, though? Yeah. I mean, it certainly seemed like a lot of those dial positions were pretty efficient in terms of letting me do the chain combos into the standard attacks anyway. Like, I was very fortunate with which rows they were on. And, okay, so she's going to learn a bit about origami, and then we'll see origami animation. Let's give this new power a try. And we'll watch this little cutscene here. I'm sure that following along with this fold at home is not going to be very easy if we wanted to make this in real life. I think the camera is perhaps a little too close up for that. How do I look? Am I dignified and cool like the water of elemental? Oof, I actually feel extremely well hydrated. You know, the thing about Olivia is that she must be a very compact piece of paper to be able to withstand such large and dramatic folds. Like, it's kind of like how, if you know the folding problem where, you know, it said that even if you take an extremely large piece of paper, it's going to have this natural resistance to being folded more than 7 or 8 times. It seems like you have to fold it that compactly to create something like Olivia in the first place, and so you see, that's probably why Olivia tries to give me hints all the time, right? Because she's very dense. Did you see that? Did you see me? I hope that looked as cool as it felt. Yeah. Let's go back and do that. Yep, pretty satisfied with what we saw in this dungeon. Let me just check my completion percentage here to see how many toads and invisible blocks we missed. Okay, it looks like we probably got 2 out of 3 toads, 2 out of 3 treasures, missing a couple of invisible blocks, but that happens. I was being a little more completionist in my first session, but I feel like this is a game where I do want to push forward and see some of the more mechanically challenging content as early as I'm able to, so... Bobby, you really did wait. So yeah, I might do a bit more of a completionist sweep at some other points, but I found that when I was trying that with the first few segments, it was dragging the pace a little too much. But I was eager to, see some fights that would actually put up a fight. And I think we're finally getting to that. I actually do like, in this game, that even though your damage numbers are still low enough that you can do a lot of mental arithmetic, like you can with the earlier Paper Mario games, that it feels like when you leave enemies on the board alive, they do a ton of incoming damage, and so the balancing is quite nice in that way. That I wasn't feeling that balancing in the early segments of the game simply because I wasn't taking any damage. Like, I played probably the first 4 hours of the game and one-shot every single enemy and never took a hit. But once you actually see what the consequences are for messing up the ring solutions and having a big incoming hit come in, then you can kind of see the sort of risk-reward balancing of solving ring puzzles in the first place, and I've been quite enjoying that as we get a little deeper into this experience. So, let's activate this. Yeah, it took a long time for this to kind of produce something a little interesting, but I've been seeing that a lot in this chapter. And as you were saying earlier, I do think that this game is a bit deceptive when it comes to size. I certainly felt that already with the amount of content between the first developmental and the first, object boss. That they were segments that were almost of equivalent scale. I mean, I do know to expect 8 or 9 bosses simply from the Battle Lab, and the amount of question marks there are on it when it comes to the boss-timed challenges, but that doesn't tell me how much dungeon content there is in between. So now you can follow the streamer. I probably, yeah. I'm going to keep that in case it was in the last 30 seconds. There's a particular reason. But I feel like the screenshot about it, recommending that you follow the streamer is something that I can repurpose for this channel. But let's get on the boat. Woohoo! Now we can follow that blue streamer. Away we go. And so yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult to paddle. And instead the Bob-omb is going to remember that he doesn't have arms. Why don't you just use the arm power? Seems like we should use the arm power. I guess the magic circle doesn't fit on the boat. Oh, okay. Monkey. And the monkey is going to throw cans of tuna at us. Empty cans, at least, so we're not covered in fish. Yeah, Mario hasn't really been working out. Mario's been too busy being paper and not really working on his Ring Fit adventure. Like, stop bugging me, Origami Lady. Let me live my life. Your monkey accent is terrible, you know? Okay. I do not really do the sort of complete voice acting experience with Paper Mario that a lot of streamers seem to do, but occasionally there are some lines that are just irresistible. Anyway, We have transformed this environment slightly, and that's allowed me to proceed and grab the Toad Researcher. Ah, Hurlhammer. Certainly remember that from some of the previous Paper Mario games. That's been a staple for the last few already. Kind of nice that the Paper Mario item variants have made such interesting appearances with a new radial system. And yeah, okay, so this is probably going to wash away the rocks that were blocking us earlier, but I would assume that we actually do need to take the boat down because paper gets soaked, despite appearances from the Toad that was... Oh. 1, 2, 3, okay. Despite appearances from the Toad who was hanging around in the fountain in town. And... yeah. And this way. And so much for that not bottomless hole. Got some confetti there, but Toad is going to be back here. Okay. Smack this guy. I'm saved, thank you. It's super comfy in there, like a happy medium between a hug and slowly being crushed. And where was the lookout point with the sombrero guy? I think that was actually fairly... Oh, you know what? Okay, first of all, there's a sleeping thing over here. That seems like it's somebody we can talk to. Hey, it's Spike. You came here to party. You know where the party's at? I do know where the party's at. Follow me. Follow. But let's take him to the Shy Guy party first, and then we'll deal with the monkey later. Okay. So we have one party attendee, and he brought the goods. Welcome to the canned food party, amigo. A guy with a can opener, okay. Interesting. Wonder who could possibly have the can opener. Spike loves ravioli. And yeah, let's just kind of run around, see if there's anything new to deal with. That seemed new. Okay, wave battle. Bit of a state change in what is available on the overworld battles, but yeah, that's going to be fairly simple. Oh, it's going to drop the panel for the second wave. 3 moves. Looks like we just need to get this in alignment like that. And then move these accordingly. That was actually kind of terrible. Right, because we only had one action. Yeah, I know, I forgot to look at my action budget properly and do this carefully. So, my bad. This is a total mess, but... Forgot that we were back to one available attack for a group this small. Love the combo attacks. And these guys decide to gang up on each other. Yeah. Pretty simple. Despite what a bad start we had in terms of solving the actual puzzle. Okay, and so we did not unlock the hand attack. And yeah, Bobby tried. Bobby could have done a lot better. Once again, we don't want to make the same mistake we made previously. Let's just get him in line. I think that's probably best. Other thing we could do, of course, is... Let me see. Actually, why don't I just move this? Oh, no, 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 no. I messed up. I messed up. Okay, no, I didn't realize it was so low on the clock once again. Okay. No. I had a particular solution in mind. I was just too slow in executing it. I just completely messed that up. It's funny. I feel like it's been just one big brain fart ever since we finished that boss. Like, my ability to do ring battles has just suddenly decided it was done for the day. But that's okay. That's okay. Just have to learn this and get the patterns down familiarly. Okay. What was I doing? Yes, I was looking for the other party attendee that had the can opener. That looks like somebody in disguise. We'd better head over back to the monkey, but that's something that can be done later. Looks like the idea behind this one is to get a sort of 2x2 and kind of like a cluster. Hang on. Right, because then I can move these. And I wanted to get the other side up to a cluster. Oh, I'm short on time once again. Hang on. Yeah, because I actually needed to follow the hints and move the Goomba over to the hint marker here. But that's okay. We're seeing some new patterns, and I just need to learn them. That's just part of the experience of progressing through the game. And, you know, we'll get better at it as we go along, and we'll learn how to play this properly. And so, nothing to stress about. Totally messing these up, though. And of course, they are new battles that have been introduced to the field since the completion of the temple. And so we can't expect them to have started to raise the difficulty a bit, such that the optimal solutions are a bit harder to see. Yeah. Very gentle in terms of letting you survive, of course. But yeah, definitely even realizing that there is a kind of safety buffer mechanic on the timer. I think I actually do prefer to play with a tight timer. Just from what I've experienced with this game so far, that I do enjoy being under a certain amount of pressure to solve the puzzles quickly. And I'm usually somebody who does not like time pressure when it comes to battle systems. But I feel like it actually does add quite a lot to this game. The manhole hook is not going to be the thing we want here. We want something else to give the monkey, and I feel like damp offerings are preferred. We need to have something wet or have something dunked in the water, and it looks like maybe finding the last companion for the party is going to be what we want here. Okay, there we go. And then that will unlock some kind of item progress, I'm sure. Okay, let's go. Let's enjoy some canned food. Shy oh my, let's open a can. Shy oh my, openers in hand. Show us what a can opener can do. Didn't really come up with a melody for that on the fly, but this guy forgot the can opener anyway, so I guess we're all letting each other down. How are we supposed to have a canned food party now? He's just going to chomp his way around. Really going to give his teeth a bit of a workout. Me love to open can with face. We don't have a can, but I suppose we should look for one. I guess this would be the solution, is that the monkey is looking for some kind of canned good, so we need to find the can and we need to open it. That seems to be the implication. Hopefully it's not too much of a pixel hunt exercise, and it's something that will reveal itself through meaningful interactions. And I don't mean just hunting endlessly through grass. Let's see, we can always check the lower level again, of course. See if there's anything that has changed. Not in the grass? Okay, good to know. Yeah, it seems like that would be much too obtuse, just given that we already had to do a bit of a hunt for the party attendees. Yeah, I just need to look around a bit, I think. Spider Toad up there is still trying to do a bit of a climb. I have not really gone back to the vicinity of the shrine since it was unlocked, or even the lower level. Whole bunch of canned goods up here. Oh, there's canned tuna. Oh yeah, that's just a thing that he threw at my head. Okay, that was a fairly easy solution then. Let's open a can of tuna. Just need to be a bit observant sometimes. Yeah, we'll just get the can opened back up. Get him to crack it open. Yeah, please open the can with your face. Well, he wants more cans. We'll see if we can, in fact, oblige. In the meantime, let's see if the monkey reacts to the tuna. Oh, looks like there's some toad stomping that we can do around here somewhere, but we'll deal with that later. So here's the offering. Hit him with the oarsman question. Ah, okay, so this guy is the oarsman, I'm sure. He's wearing the kind of hat that indicates that he knows how to drive a boat. Rest assured, I'm no monkey. I'm the single-oar sculler for the Autumn Mountain Downriver tour. Yeah, he certainly did go a bit bananas, I think. So let's see where he's going to take us. Well, looks like tuna solves everything. So, let's just mosey on back. And you know what's something I still haven't done? I never actually did pop open a warp pipe number 2 back to the lab. Out of the 6 warp pipes down to the lab, I don't think I ever actually found warp pipe number 2. Or if I did, I don't remember. Maybe I found it very early on and it was available right away. Had to start by the station. Let's take a look, because I don't remember if I actually opened that. And my memory just plays tricks on me. I haven't gotten to 2 yet. Okay. I only just noticed. I hadn't even thought about pipe 2. But I guess taking me down the river would be something that, you know, opens up our way to Blue Streamer. So we've got some content here left to go. But yeah, it is a deceptively big game. And certainly that's my impression from what we've seen so far. Oh, is this supposed to be a sing-along? I wish I were in sync to do a sing-along. Unfortunately, I think the syllables go a little bit slowly for me to actually sing along. But in any case, I'm a little bit out of sync with the game sounds sometimes anyway, so that might not work. Maybe something to look back at eventually and learn properly. It was catching me a little by surprise. So yeah, just gonna follow the progress of the Blue Streamer downriver, and the game is saving. So on we go. Down the Eddy River. You're definitely speeding up. So, is this going to be a mini-game? Something tells me this is going to be a mini-game. So why don't we see what we're in for here? Relax and enjoy the ride, okay. The river is flowing a bit fast. It's as if somebody flooded this river to the brim, then kept on flooding. Well, I mean, we did reactivate the water elemental. Okay, it does look like we have a boat indicator in the corner that maybe gives me a durability number or something. Try not to hit any walls or rocks. Okay, we'll be looking for some kind of bonus items in the meantime, I'm sure. You won't be able to open your menu. Best to focus on the rabbits. Grab hold of something. Oh, and we can throw confetti. Okay. And we can jump. No, Mario can jump. The boat can't jump. I don't know why I thought the boat could jump. I think I've been spoiled by how Plessy worked in Super Mario 3D World. However, Mario can potentially grab the coins with a jump. Whoop. That was not smart. Well, we got 4 hearts. Okay, I see. So we steered a boat. Mario occasionally jumps when things are up high. And here we go. We're going to speed up here. How does paper water work? Like without getting soaked? I don't know. The way paper boats usually work. Might just be really thick and well-lined paper. Let's grab a heart. I think I am at full though, from the indication we see there. Okay, so we can throw confetti. So let's get over here and do some tossing. Oh, whoops. Come on. What does that give me? Not much. That's going to give me hearts. Was thinking for a moment that I would just totally miss that. Oh, it's going to take me up to 5. Going to miss the 100 coin. Love the music in this segment. I think it's in this world in particular that the music has really taken off. Falling rocks, okay. Nope, going to miss that one. Well, confetti refill might be a good idea, but we're still in the green zone with that, so it's not going to be too big of an issue. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not do that. Okay. At least the things that you get from the confetti do kind of automatically collect. Yeah, this is some pretty sloppy steering on our part, but bit of a wide turning radius. You find the wide variation in water styles fascinating? Yeah, so do I. I think that's really kind of interesting how the artwork is done here. Oh, that's bad. We're springing a leak. I love, by the way, the little paper design of the boat springing a leak. That is actually very cute. And, failure. Okay. I was trying to get in range of that. Okay, very rare that we'll see a game over screen. The last time that we saw a game over screen, I think, was in this one location in World 1 where I was sniped by a sniper thwomp. I guess it's just how Mario works from time to time. Yeah, it's not wet, but paper can swim in it, and that's a video game logic for you. Actually, if you've played Yoshi's Crafted World, it also has quite a lot that plays with similar paper artwork logic, because so much of Yoshi's Crafted World is made of cardboard. And there are some pretty interesting water levels in that one as well. It's an okay platformer, but it does some very interesting things with its artwork. So you know how semi-solids work all the time in terms of, you know, just classic platformer logic of being able to jump through a platform from below and landing on it safely? So Yoshi's Crafted World is really interesting in that it actually has an artistic explanation for how semi-solids work by implementing them as cardboard flip panels. I am going to skip this in future attempts. I really mean to sit through this twice, but I was talking, so... Olivia should definitely not complain. She can fly over whatever she wants. Although I think Olivia has a limited hover range. Like, she can only hover, perhaps, over some ground that acts as resistance. I'm not really sure. Like, rules for hovering don't always tend to be intuitive. Okay, we'll actually try that for once. We'll actually close that one up a little bit. And down we go. There was like a pirate ship minigame in Colored Splash, I remember, that worked similarly. Like, it wasn't so much about steering, it was more about firing projectiles, but, you know, as a bit of a minigame traversal segment. It worked the same way. Link's Awakening, obviously, had a boat ride of its own. Interesting just how boat rides are this transitional video game trope that occurs as often as it does. But yeah, I mean, this is a very stylish one for sure. The music and the artwork really do complete the effect in so many ways. Okay, let's mine the falling rocks. If you're hovering, you're either as light as air or pushing air against the ground, yeah. And okay, let's... I mean, there are a lot of things in video game physics that are conveniences of video game physics, you know, like double jumping or the Yoshi flutter. Like, Yoshi flutter, I think, is just mainly kind of cartoon logic in a way. It's practically Wile E. Coyote physics. Whoops. Okay, no. I was thinking about the steering in terms of tank controls, and I just messed it up for a moment. It's supposed to point up for up and down for down, and I was thinking about it in terms of steering a bit differently and, you know, like relative to the prow of the riverboat, and that was clearly not working out for me very well. Let's grab the full bag. I feel like I'll want for something at the end. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on chat while I try to read this layout. Okay, that is a huge whirlpool. Let's maybe take the outskirts. Look at the 100 coin trail over in the top side. Whoops. Okay, kind of interesting there. Ooh, a tunnel. Oh. Oh, I missed a spot. I missed a spot. No. Okay, no, I got it. And a bit of a roller coaster ride here. Should take us pretty close to the bottom, I guess, but... You're guessing that Olivia is pushing against the ground because that gives her a limited hovering range? Yeah. Olivia defies a lot of rules of physics, I think. But I mean, we're talking about sentient origami here. I think that having a consistent physics system is maybe the least of our worries. Unless, of course, we're dealing with physics of modeling particles in multiple dimensions, which I guess is what Paper Mario is ultimately about, is, you know, about dimensional projection. We'll just follow this blue streamer all the way down the river. Whenever I see one of these, I think about how the river tour was the thing that was originally cut in Jurassic Park. It was actually a fairly sizable part of the novel, I think, that there was a river escape. And they just ended up turning that eventually into Jurassic Park 3. I don't know why that sort of came to mind, but... A theme park. Look at this, this is so pretty. Shogun Studios. Oh, it's kind of like a Japanese Universal Studios in a way. We can see where they have been making some samurai pictures here, where they've had all the sets for making Ghost of Tsushima. And Sweet Paper Valley is just up ahead. Yeah, let's get off. I don't know actually what would have happened had we asked to go to Sweet Paper Valley, but given that the river only goes one way, why don't we try to unlock some kind of travel point first before we proceed? Shogun Studios entry guide. Commoner pass, one-time entry. Entry for up to 3 people per pass. Hey, Merlin. Yeah, thanks for dropping by anyway. I totally understand that people might not want to spoil themselves if they intend to play this game. So yeah, I'll catch you next time. We are still alternating between this and Mario Maker throughout the week. Entry everlasting for infinite guests, free play and special prizes. Okay, so I guess that's what we'll eventually progress towards. I mean, she hasn't even seen the park yet. But I'm just going to explore a bit before we look at a ticket machine. Aha, here's point number 2. Well, you know what that means. We have point number 2, and that's going to allow me to... Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I mean, you know, I don't particularly mind having a low HP pool. That's why we're not being very exhaustive about hunting the toad. I found that the most satisfying thing, well, one of the most satisfying things about Thousand Year Door, and what really kind of makes it special, is that you can actually play the whole thing with 10 HP or with badges even 5 HP, and the game is remarkably well balanced for that. It was probably not intentional, but it is actually a really, really interesting experience that makes full use of your badge configurations, your mastery of the timed attack systems and everything. Let's see if we can continue, or if Olivia's going to whine. Olivia's going to whine. But we're going to go anyway. I just want to see if we can go forward, since we actually did manage to unlock more point number 2. And Olivia is going to long for Shogun Studios. Shogun Studios. Oh, I wonder if this is actually just part of the standard plot. Ah, okay. Yellow streamer lurking right beneath it. Fine. Shogun Studios! Yay, okay. Olivia is not disappointed. Not disappointed at all. Okay, oh yeah, we've read this already. I think it's likely that we can only afford the Commoner Pass for now, and we have to earn the Royalty Pass. I think it's fairly clear that that's how the progression is set up. Wait a minute. We have plenty of money. We have plenty of money. Hang on, let's read this again. I wonder if it would actually block you from doing Entry Everlasting. Of course we're buying the full pass. I suspect that it's going to block you. No, it's not. Okay. Well, I guess that's how the game is kind of balanced, is that occasionally you just have these massive 10k coin dumps. I kind of like that, actually. It gives me a bit of convenience as a player who has been getting by without coins being siphoned away by something like the timer safety net. Multi-pass. Okay. Let's see what we're doing here. A full day of games and attractions lies beyond this bridge. Huh. A little quiet around here, okay. Let's pop in. Okay, here's an information center with a very suspicious looking chest. Royalty has arrived. Yay. I mean, I guess there's no disadvantage to just getting a royalty pass. Look at this little cheap design here. It's kind of neat. Souvenir shop. Well, of course. And let's see what there is to look at around here. Some empty shelves on that side. Locked door on this side, but looks like a pass is not going to get us through. It's not really open for guests if it's limited to staff only. Over here, fellow park visitors. You must come this way, quickly. The game is going to be inflexible and it's not going to let me defy instructions. That's too bad. That's very much what my playstyle tends to be, is I always try to defy instructions, and it just does not let me. Well, this guy's not Origami, so I'm just going to assume that he's a friend. Tabi no Okata, you who are on a journey. I'm afraid we must humbly beg for your help. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, these guys who paid their entry fees should have bought the royalty pass. Okay, let's see what we're in for. A tail. Oh, interesting. Okay. I guess the Tanuki tail might actually be within hammer range, perhaps. When it comes to an attack, I wonder if we can see anything about it. Oh, also, I didn't realize that I had so many hammer slots available, so let's actually put it into Hurl Hammer. And just for its own sake. Tanuki tail, yeah, okay, that's going to be just a combat item like the flower. Okay, so what's the deal with this game? People were excited to play it when it came out. Explicit 200... Yeah, I mean, it's only been out for a couple of days. Like, I don't know what your question is. I mean, I've been quite enjoying it so far. I thought it got off to a very slow start when I started it a couple days ago, but this has been my second sitting with it, and I feel like my experience has considerably improved. I'm gonna move this guy down. Ooh, I don't like that. Hang on. Sorry, I've been distracted here. Let's try to get these guys over here. Yep. Yeah, actually, that's relatively simple. I was way overcomplicating that. Okay, so Sniffets are on this side. We don't actually know how much damage Sniffets can take just yet. Let's just whack them with a hammer and see if we can find out. It's going to be over 19 HP on those guys. Let's get rid of the other two stacks and just soak the Sniffets then. And people were hyped for it, and you haven't seen anything? Oh, this is... Okay, so you don't know what Paper Mario is. Okay. I'll just explain that in one moment. Let me finish this fight first, and then I will talk to you about that. So, are you totally new to Paper Mario? Because Paper Mario is a long-running kind of RPG/adventure series that goes back to the Nintendo 64. First game came out in around 2000, I think. And the first two games in the series were really kind of simplified but refined versions of Japanese RPGs that were very much beloved. Okay, how do I want to line these up? Probably like this. Oh, I needed to do some early ring moves. No. Okay, no. Let's decide. There we go. And yeah, so this is the 6th entry. This is Paper Mario 6. And let's just smack these guys with the boots once again. So it has kind of RPG battles that are based on Mario enemies, as you can see here. So, you know, it draws enemies from across the entire Mario series. Here you see, of course, enemies from Super Mario 2. There are also enemies from the original Mario Brothers arcade game and some other things as well. And the idea is that, like, you have this storybook adventure with battles that kind of have a spin on how Mario enemies have traditionally worked, and you interact with them with the jump and with the hammer. And that you have different types of jumps and hammers that you can bring into the mix. This game is kind of unique in that the ring-style battle puzzle that you just saw a minute ago is something that is new to the series, and is being done for the first time. House of Tricky Ninjas, that's interesting. This is quite a big zone. Almost feel like we should keep the map for later. Or we could just explore and just do everything one by one. There's no reason to do it in order. We can just sweep the map left to right. House of Tricky Ninjas, so that does sound very interesting. You wonder if anybody beat your recent levels? Yeah, I mean, you can always log into Mario Maker and check. Yeah, I am still doing Mario Maker some of the week. I am switching between that and this game. So we'll hopefully get a viewer level session in sometime this week. But, hey, there was a hidden toad somewhere here. Wonder if color matching these actually does anything. These cushions. And in the meantime, we'll just duck out of here. It's probably that flower on the top side, actually, the top right. Let me check the flower on the top right. Oh, you've been playing Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, that seemed to be the big streamer attraction this week that's been on top of Twitch. And I know that it had been what most of the PlayStation crowd had been looking forward to for quite a long time. I don't think I've actually played a Sucker Punch game before, actually. I know that they had a bit of a reputation for games like Infamous, I think, and something else before that, but I don't know their stuff at all. I just know that, you know, they wanted to make a really kind of cinematic samurai game in open world Japan. I was just saying a few minutes ago, so the current zone that we are in Paper Mario here is supposed to be a kind of Japanese film studio. Like a film studio theme park, like Universal Studios, except it's Japanese, and I was just saying a few minutes ago that, you know, this is... they must have made Ghosts of Tsushima. Oh, you're streaming it too? Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that. Because I have not been playing Ghost of Tsushima, but I have been kind of channel surfing over to some of the streams from time to time, and so if I see you around, maybe we'll drop by. But I don't know, I have a very packed schedule this week just because I'm playing this and Mario Maker at the same time. Looks like we have a seal from the other side, and so we'll need to work our way around somehow. It will be a pretty specific puzzle sequence as we progress through this zone. They never saw it coming. So yeah, I did hear that Ghost of Tsushima has a black and white filter if you want to make the games look like the classic Kurosawa films. I don't know if you've been playing with that at all. Okay, that's a fairly simple solution. Came together quite quickly. Sometimes it is nice to just see everything get put together very simply. Let's actually do the high damage hammer here. Oh, only a nice. Okay, I totally whiffed that one. I think I would rather take out a Sniff It stack first, so I don't have to deal with the projectiles. They're higher tier enemies, and I think there is a certain imperative to get rid of them as soon as possible, so it's not going to be a one-turn wipeout by any means. But yeah, it's definitely a very pretty game from what I saw, so I can definitely see why it has been such popular stream material in terms of being something that's very attractive to look at. And yeah, oh, gotta pull this guy out. It looks like it is the accessory merchant. In front of the souvenir shop, but yeah, we need to dump some coins anyway. Let's head back and dump some coins. You're almost done. Okay, so how big is the main quest then? Are we talking about like 20 hours or 30 hours? Or I mean, seems like it's only been out for a few days, and so must have gotten through that fairly quickly. Petal bag. This looks cosmetic, and it looks very pretty, so of course we will use cherry blossoms, as long as the accessory doesn't interfere with anything else that we need. What is this? Confetti range? Oh, you can actually equip as many of these as you want, all at the same time. Quite possibly these ones you only get to do one at a time, but it's not actually clear to me. In the meantime, we'll just equip absolutely everything. Oh, completionist, okay. I have no sense of how big a game it is, because I know that most of the really kind of big-budget cinematic games on the Sony side, usually they have a pretty standardized length. Look at these cherry blossoms go. Wow. That is so pretty. Really leaning into Japanese flavor here. There is obviously a toad trapped in that lamp. Alright, let's... Oh. Looks like Shy Guys are weak enough that they can now just be instantly defeated on the map screen. Of course, for the second batch, I just straight up missed. We wanted to probably move this stack down, or this stack forward. Like that. Hang on. Yeah, we gotta displace that stack. That's how to do it, I think. I messed this up. I messed this up completely. Hang on. Just a moment here. Yeah, it looks like I want to move this in advance, probably. I have no time. I have to... Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I completely messed that up. I will try to drop the big hammer on these guys once again. I just did not visualize that one properly at all. Wow. Completely flubbed that one, too. Yikes, this has been going terribly. Oh yeah, because we didn't get the initial bonus from a good lineup. And so I have 3 attacks available. Let's try to just salvage this as best as I can. This was an absolutely awful turn. And quite a bit of content, very surprising for 35 to 38 gigs. I think most of the space that is taken up by a lot of the big games nowadays is actually just uncompressed audio data. That's quite often that's the thing that you're actually seeing. Okay, this one's a fairly simple solution. Yeah, so like file size, I think it's difficult to see what it tells you these days. Simply because sometimes you can have games that take up tons of space, and it's mostly just localization audio. Like, is Ghost of Tsushima something that people have been choosing to play with a Japanese language track? Is that something that's very popular with it? Because I would have thought that people would actually want to play that, you know, in Japanese with subs if they really wanted a kind of authentic seeming experience, even though it is a Western developed game. But I can never tell what, you know, people's attitudes are towards language tracks. I know that some people would really swear by Japanese audio in games that are very, very Japanese, but I don't know if that would apply to a Western samurai game as well. Yeah, I would guess most people would just play it in their home language. But that anyway, that would affect like how many audio localizations they put into it in terms of voice acting tracks that are taking up disk space. Japanese with subtitles? Yeah. Yeah, it seems like if you really wanted to make it feel like Japanese cinema, then that would be something that people were interested in doing. These guys are not Origami, and they look like they are potentially my friends. Let's just try to intercept the catch. Or just talk to them. Wish you had something better than a bone to toss back and forth. These are key items that give me access to things. It is unlikely that this is what they want. So let's look around for something that would potentially be tossable. We should have talked to the other guy on the right. Yeah, if you didn't want to pay attention to audio and chat at the same time, that's a very good point. Very good point. Oh, whoops. No, this is just the same dialogue. Yeah, not so much for games without voice acting like this one. I mean, I'm enough of an old school Nintendo player that I've never really depended on voice acting, but I can definitely see why if you're multitasking as a streamer, you would want to do that if you're particularly keen on following the story. Yeah, we got a couple of toads here. And we'll just get them out, sit on the mats. Oh, okay, no, I understand now. That's in some of the previous rooms that we had seen with a couple of the mats that they can sit on. We should actually be scanning around carefully to rescue the toads. Now I understand. Now I understand. That's going to unlock something. Yeah, I mean, you know, small streams are still kind of nice in their own way that you actually do get to talk to people individually when they come by. Much easier to have a conversation. I think that's probably still true even if you get up to, say, about 20 or 30 viewers, which I've had on some peak days, but once you get into, like, really big streamers, like, even if they do follower-only chat or sub-only chat, I have no idea how to keep up. Like, at that point, you don't really get to interact with people on a very individual level. And okay, so we see that there is a wall that we can break down on the top side here. Just being very attentive. We have an origami enemy who's trying to break out of the door, or hold the door shut, rather. Oh, it just doesn't know how to use a sliding door. We'll just smack that guy in the face. And we'll loop back around to see where all the toads have gathered in this room to the right, in case it unlocks important key item. So yeah, have a good night. Get some rest. And hope to see you next time. So yeah, enjoy the rest of Ghost of Tsushima. Ninja attraction. Most popular place in the park. We still have an indication of some kind of hidden toad here. We see that alarm being set off. Check the lamp. Oh. Check this thing. Yeah, don't really see it. Could be just under the mat. Nope. Okay, don't really see it. That's okay, not going to be too exhaustive about the toad hunt, as I was saying before. At least not right now. Yeah, so we are looking for a couple of things to progress. We want an item that will allow us to pick up the object that is being tossed by the dry bones. We need some kind of traversal that will wrap us around and remove the seals. Hey, if you look at the top right corner, you can see that the ninja attraction is actually staffed by ninjas, which is a wonderful little usage of classic Mario flavor. See to the right that there is an unsealable bridge. So we'll probably just continue that way and see how we're doing. Petting the zoo. Dear precious little princess. Okay, it's a chain chomp acting like a dog, like it first did back in Link's Awakening. It's chained stump. Well, I mean, technically first in SMB3, but Link's Awakening is the game that really leaned into the idea of chain chomps being barking pets. Okay, gonna toss some more cherry blossoms just to seal some of these holes. Unfurl this toad in the meantime. And yeah, we have what is supposed to be a cafe. Obviously, the bone that is the puzzle lock for the feeding here is going to be what we need to grab from dry bones that are tossing it back and forth. So we'll need to find some kind of replacement object, and we kind of know how things are going to go from there. So here's another tea house. And the tea house is going to, it again has some more hidden toads all over the place. I mean, this pattern looks very suspicious, and it's not going to be it. Oh, here's a toad. There we go. Here's a toad, there's a toad. Everywhere a toad, toad. So, what are we looking at here? Cash register. There we go. We'll just commit some robbery. Once again, present our royalty pass. Okay. All of the serving glasses here are short and flat. Oh, you know what? The straw is going to be good because we can use it to replace the bone, and the bone will allow us to feed the chomp. After that, we will have all the interactions we need in this area. Fairly simple. Fairly straightforward. So, why don't we head back there? Get that replacement. Still a lot of toads hanging about everywhere. This is really quite an extensive zone. What is that thing? Oh, okay, so he doesn't want that. But maybe the sipping straw... Okay, no, somebody else wanted a straw then. Okay, I thought that the straw would be a tossing item. But we'll go around and try something else. So yeah, I guess the point is very much to just explore as much of this space as we can until we see what the item trading pattern is going to be. Bark, bark, bark. Something that gave him pause. Aha! Luigi. Possibly. Our mysterious man in green. I have to wonder what Luigi's up to. He so often has an interesting subplot of his own. Okay, this guy's just going to block our progress until we feed him. How can something so round and cute and be so frightening? Okay. Princess Handler notes. We're running low on her favorite chewing bones. Do not get near her without one. So yeah, we need to claim the bone, rather obviously from the dry bones. And we need to give them some kind of tossing object. Right? Let's see. What's this 100-bit thing here? Feeding her to straw is definitely not going to work. I mean, I could have tried it. Just to see the interaction and to see what happens. We sure gonna have a fun time here. No, it's probably because there's going to be some Emperor Samurai boss or something. Well, unless it's just another set of art tools, like the colored pencils that were boss number 1. Now that is an imposing castle. Yeah, there's actually so much to this environment we have not seen yet. I think I'm enjoying this quite a bit more than the tower in the first zone. It's a much more open environment. Also quite pretty. Mario Dono, may I request resistance? No, we're going to need a key. Yeah, that key could be hiding anywhere, and we'll just find out where soon enough. Pop the toad in the meantime. Staff members have to lock up each area of the park before clocking out for the night. Find the staff room. I mean, there's a map. The map is not going to tell you about the staff room because the staff room is not a tourist attraction. That's okay, we should just explore more of the map anyway. This looks like Meche. Like it's going to chase us and whack us in the face anyway. Okay, here's a toad up top. I guess we should whack him from the other side once we cross up to the upper level. You see a Goomba hiding out behind that panel. Oh hey, we can spy on these guys. The paper macho rests. It will not budge. Loud noise might wake it. If only we could scream. Okay, so we'll need some kind of screaming object, I guess, to solve that little puzzle gate. In the meantime, I did see that coming. Pretty simple, 3 ring moves, I think. Yeah. Nothing too involved here. And there's our battle bonus. Okay, nothing else to do with that in the meantime. But I can work my way around to unlock some toads, I hope. And okay. A brilliant, but still alive coward. It's got to be the best kind of coward. Ah, and here's the photo studio. That's kind of neat. Gotta get this toad down first, though. He looks very unhappy with his lot in life. And yeah, it looks like we can actually come up here. Look at this samurai sniff it. Possibly we could get our photo taken. I guess not. Look at this guy in the bottom right here. I kind of recognize him from somewhere. mean, we recognized the boatman, of course, from earlier in the game. Yeah, let's see what else we can do with this. Looks like that little dart up top, if we can actually get there, is where a toad will be, that shuriken. Assuming that we can actually get around there. I think that's the part that is blocked by the green Koopa shell. No, it's not, actually. Shuriken Dojo, enter here. We're almost out of confetti. I actually do need to grab a bit of a refresh on that eventually. The guy who runs it was always missing. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we're dealing with. I mean, there's no member of staff here. Win yourself an incredibly rare autographed baseball. Clear normal mode to take it home. Normal mode on this game, I would assume, not normal mode on the entirety of Paper Mario the Origami King. That's kind of important because I think if we unlock a member of staff, he allows us to play this game. If we unlock the baseball will give us an object that we can trade with the dry bones as something that they can toss since we're playing catch. Expert mode, all-time high score is 99 points, held by Toad. Doesn't tell you which Toad, but then I guess that is a secret. Let's check the panels anyway. And having checked that, let's continue the hunt for the staff room. Unsealing this, I think, would probably be a good idea for navigational purposes. And let's proceed up the rooftops. Not really going to let me get to jump on those Goombas. But we do need a confetti refresh at some point, and right now that's a bit of a problem because we are totally out. Cherry blossoms have been spent, however, plants usually do solve that problem. As I've been saying all along, I don't think the confetti budget mechanic is all that interesting, but it is used in some places as a bit of a puzzle lock. So yeah, let's paste this thing over with some cherry blossoms. That's just going to be coins. Let's just get back up there and up the ladder. Yeah, a bit of a finite budget on these, but maybe we can grab a bit more confetti this way. In the meantime, we'll work our way up. Yeah, it looks like they're ganging up on a toad in the lower level. I'm going to check the upper level first just to see it. But the lower level is clearly something worth doing. Oh, look at this. It's a bell. Of course we're going to whack this thing just to see what happens. Bong. Okay, and the Mache Koopa comes to life. The Paper Macho walks. Alright, we're going to have to take that thing out, obviously. Don't think we have much of a choice. Just whack it in the back and dodge carefully as it attempts to kind of attack us from the front. There we go. Pretty readily dispatched. Let's get back over here and rescue that toad. And then we have unlocked a new path. And here's a wave battle. Okay, once again, the first wave is going to allow us to think about a lineup. Certainly, I think that's going to be the way to go. Unlocking a seal is going to give us the Earth attack in the next wave. So yeah, Earth attack will be available for part 2. Part 2, everybody's going to try to gang up on me, and we'll just use the power right away and take everything out in one go. Okay.